Peace to the family. Peace to the family.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Can you hear me? Let me know how we sounding. Let me know how we sounding. Peace. Thank you for your time, everybody in the building. We will going live in a few minutes. All right. We're still putting everything together. Let me know if you can hear me. Crystal clear. Yeah, crystal clear. That's what I'm talking about. Let me turn this mic on. Is it Quadcast? Comes up as Quadcast. Sound better? We just hooked another mic up. Let me know if this sounds better. Mic check, mic check.
Let's go. One more time. Do it one time.
Mic check, mic check. Nah, I got it.
Okay.
AK does not give an 8+ precedent. It's like still have things. We stick with it. What's the market? We've got 0% market now. And under the truth is that sometimes it's a little bank shape. See how well a Kaiser operates in a now. You can break down the see. That's about the answer. It might work quite well. Six. I'm big as a hand. Put to the hands wisely, put himself in the bottom row and stop the attack if it's with the guys with the floor. They all put such a
You might be mute. Might be on mute.
I unmuted it.
Like Red often says, it's not so much, the information coming off stage is one thing, but the importance of having an interaction with an audience is very necessary because there's a lot going on out here that we need to know about. And that's what the community and the family represents. So it's not always about talking into a camera, it's more so about getting that real-time dialogue, that honest commentary.
Right.
You feel me? That we could all benefit from. And again, as I spoke about earlier, on this stage here in the year of 2020, on the day of July 25th, we had a very profound lecture during the C-19 season, during the pandemic, when the country was shut down for the most part. Atlanta was thriving, Atlanta was still outside, they was up and they was moving, but there wasn't a lot of assurances. People still was somewhat skeptical. And me and A.A. Rashid did an event called Dark Matter Timing,
DMT.
the DMT lecture, and that was July 25th, 2020. And we were able to pack this venue out 100 plus something people. And it gave people the confidence to know, like, all right, I walked out of here, I'm not sick, ain't nobody dropping out and falling. Maybe it's not what you said it is. You know what I'm saying? So anything that can give our people back the confidence that they cannot purchase at the corner store, right, is very important. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to be needed and necessary for us to continuously barrel through whatever our obstacles are. Society keeps bundling up, you know, obstacles, throwing them at us. You know what I'm saying? Like the barrels in the road for Donkey Kong. I don't know if I used to play Donkey Kong or not. You know what I'm saying? But you got to jump over those barrels. There's nonstop barrels that's coming down the road. You feel me? So don't skip leg day because it's going to be necessary for you to hop over some barrels to get to your destination. And again, salute to the West End of Atlanta. This is the cultural heartbeat of the city of Atlanta. It will be tantamount to what Harlem represents for New York City.
Yes.
Is a cultural, historical landmark, you know, and the resonance of resistance and of the community resonates strongly here. There was many titans and giants that have walked these streets and laid down liberation for our people. So in the spirit of that, you know, any bit of a contribution that we can make back to the city of Atlanta just to reinvigorate that conversation, just to reanimate that spirit, just to continue where our ancestors left off, this is the place that we want to do it. And these are the terms in which we will want to do it under, right? So we're moving into a very powerful summer 24. You know, I'm very, very much optimistic about, you know, the outlook for consciousness on this planet, specifically in this country and definitely in this city. You know what I mean? And this is where it begins and it ends. So, you know, we welcome you again to Melanin Mondays, IRL, the Cat Williams effect.
Yes. So this is how we're gonna begin it, right? And this is what we're gonna be laying out when we do Melanin Mondays. Me and Blue Pill, along with my brother Knowledge to God, along with my good brother Julius with the YG movement.
Yes.
We're gonna bring back that feeling that we had in New York City when we were doing the ciphers, right? By show of hands, how many of y'all used to watch the YouTube channel when we were on 125th Street doing the ciphers, right? So it's time to bring the ciphers back. What the ciphers was affording everybody was a voice, right? And one of the things that the ciphers can do that being online and engaging with somebody's post can't do, or being in the comment section of a video can't do, the cipher talks back to you, right? It's an energy exchange. Literally, it's currency. You dig? Back in the days, they used to call it the cipher, where you had to drop the knowledge of the day. You know what I'm talking about? The 120.
What's today's mathematics?
What's today's mathematics? And if you didn't know the mathematics, you got packed up and sent back inside. So you had to study, because there was a thing called discipline, right? There was at the core and the foundation of these movements. And that's what's missing these days. There's no discipline. Like Blue said, you can't, you know, too many people are skipping leg day, right? A lot of people not standing on nothing. There's no discipline. There's no penalty system. There's a lot of things that are not here. So what we are going to establish, whenever we are in the building, whenever we pull up, we're going to bring back something that has been missing. So it's not just about talk. So what I want to do to set it off is I want to start this cipher or this build about the Cat Williams effect with somebody in the audience who could come up here and tell us, how has your life changed? And how do you see the Cat Williams effect taking effect in the last 6 months? Because we all on our personal journeys. And we are, because if you are going through something, that means you're learning. If you're going through something, that means your ass is in school. Don't drop out, because that's the worst thing that you could ever do. I be seeing dropouts walking around the West End. I be seeing them all up and down. It don't look too good on the dropouts. But if you're able to stay and stand the quote unquote test, then you're going to pass with flying colors. So is there anybody in the audience that want to share with us their personal, quote unquote, Cat Williams effects? All right, come on up, come on up. I'm gonna have you sit here on this chair so the Zoom family can see. You're not camera shy, right? All right, come on, Quay. You're a legend. This is Quay Beach, y'all. A producer, one of my, yeah. He responsible for the Red Summer album.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace, God.
A lot has happened since the Cat Williams effect, but the main thing that's really been on my heart is my intuitive nature to like knowing the land and knowing the trees I'm looking at. Like there are times where I'm driving and I'm not even paying attention to the road, I'm paying attention to the trees and like trying to figure out what this is, what that is. You know what I'm saying? I've been like uncovering a lot of research about the indigenous Americans and what they were eating and the things they were foraging. And I'm like, if, you know, there's a whole conversation about Black people being indigenous and all that, you know, there's a lot to it, but I'm like, if we gonna have the conversation, we gotta actually do what they were doing and apply it, you know, and they were eating off the land, you know, so like, it's really sparked, like since the beginning of the year, it's like been a spark where I'm like, I'm now able to definitely identify like at least 10 native plants or wherever I go, you know what I'm saying? But I'm working on growing it to like the next level where I can really get in my bag with it. So I would say that's been the most on my heart, for sure.
Right. Quay GPT.
And yes,
Turn into AI.
he's multimodal, he turned into AI, you know what I'm saying? And he's able to identify his environments because, you know, that's what the technology is doing. The technology is gonna give you an assisted eye. So there'll be goggles that I can put on and the goggles will show me in nature which plants are edible and which ones are poison. And that's cool for technology, but it's almost like, again, we're skipping leg day. I'm not allowing myself the ability to acquire that skill set, you know, by teaching myself. You feel me? And oftentimes those are the hard lessons, right? A hard lesson could be like, yeah, I ate the wrong mushroom and my stomach got turned for 3 days, you know what I'm saying? And I had to go to the hospital, almost felt like I had food poisoning. You'll never, you know, forget that experience and you know what I mean? Pick that thing up again. So while we are learning and while we are being pushed in certain directions, it yet to remains to be seen if we will retain, you know what I mean, those lessons if they're not being taught to us the same way, right? Case in point, like I was told when I was younger, it was like the evidence of a wise man is someone who learned from other people's mistakes without making them, right? So if I drop a gem on you and it shit resonates enough where you like, I don't gotta go through that because you went through it, that's wisdom. You feel me? But somebody that's still like, I gotta see for myself, man.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's not really the marks of what's considered to be quote unquote wise. So is there anything else that you may have noticed, not only in your personal space, but in your social interactions, right?
You gotta see.
You have a newborn,
Yeah.
you know, and you also are a merchant, right? You're a vendor out here in the world dealing with people on a hand-to-hand, you know what I'm saying, person-to-person basis.
Right.
Are their questions getting any better? Their inquiry or their interest in health, do you see a change in that? And also in your child, do you see, you know, I'm assuming it's your first child, so you don't really have, okay, so it's your second, so you can do a comparative analysis.
Yeah.
Are there certain things that you're noticing? Because we got this thing bundled. We got the Cat Williams effect, and I also got what I call pep talks, which is post-eclipse perspectives. So have you also noticed things post this eclipse in your children or in society that you might want to identify?
Yes, most definitely post-eclipse stuff. And I will say this, like I was paying attention to what happened 40 days after the solar eclipse happened.
Yes.
This is kind of a negative news line, but the Iranian president was killed on that exact 40-day mark, you know, and then I was just feeling like more rap beefs were popping off, and I was just like, more shootings have been happening in Atlanta. And like, you know, that's on the negative side. I'm just like, is this that post-eclipse shit going on, you know?
Right.
But also like, I'm at the same time feeling more inclined to be in tune with the land and be like in tune with my children and be more present and not feeling like I just gotta run around all day and like get to the money. Like, no, like we gonna go outside and like y'all gonna eat stuff out here and just see what's going on, you know? And another thing, like my relationship with money is definitely changing, like just being okay with putting that extra like expense out, knowing that this is gonna give me peace, you know, and not just trying to hoard money. I feel like I have like a goal, like I need to get, like when I get this amount in my bank account, I gotta keep it at this level forever. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds so cool, but it's also not really realistic. You know, if I want to have peace, you know what I'm saying? So I'm working on not feeling like I gotta have 1,000 in bank all the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But for the sake, for the sake of peace, you are establishing in your mind personally what it may take for you to be at a state of peace as well, right? Yeah, so don't ever abandon that. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to dream. You feel me? But yeah, don't let go of that vision. Know what that number is and meditate on that, saying, yo, I need this recurring monthly. You know what I'm saying? This is where my peace exists and I need it in my life forever. And you know, these are those days and times that the soil is so fertile, it happens like this. So you should never discredit or discount the ability for you to plant seeds because you have no idea how quick they can manifest. I'm seeing it instantaneous. Like not a few days, not even one day, a few hours. Right. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Give it up, please. Yes.
Do we have anybody else that is in the audience who wants to speak on the experiences that they've had over the last 6 months? Come forward, please, good brother, come forward. All right? Yes, indeed. Come around. Is that the legend in the building? Yeah, clap it up, please. American Sutton in the building. Another dynamic artist. Like I said, this is about networking, right? This is about me and Blue bringing people out from Atlanta because, you know, it's a lot of things to do in Atlanta. Sometimes people like to stay in a house, but it's summertime now. So we about coming outside and connecting and building and making this thing do what it needs to do by any means necessary. Come forward, King. No doubt. Yes. So I want to know, how has the last 6 months been to you in this post Katt Williams effect? What have you been seeing taking place in your world?
I'll be out, peace, y'all.
Peace.
People. Yeah, I've noticed duality naturally. So, you know, where you shine a light, darkness also casts a shadow. And I was, a friend of mine actually had, there was a triple homicide that happened right in front of this store. I found out probably like February that my friend was actually in the debacle. And we were actually at that the pharmacy over there. We were recording a song. That's the only song I got with him. And that was actually also the last time I remember seeing him as well. And one of the things that I'm seeing is like I'm on MARTA, I'm on the train, I'm on the bus from time to time, and the conversations are definitely shifted. Even on the way here today, the bus driver was speaking about she's defecting from the system, she's detaching herself from the matrix. She's plotting on chickens, and her mom and cousin and dad got this property, and they're talking about cultivating it. So a lot of the conversations are shifting from us being centralized and dependent on the system and shifting towards more sustainability, more independence, and even with the farming and the agriculture side, a lot of people are interested in growing food on their property. There's a lot more interest there. And I've also seen a kind of an introspective thing happen in the industry, because what we're looking at with a lot of the celebrities who have access to, I ain't throwing nobody in the bus. I don't know who did what. I wasn't there to see it, but what I am seeing is people will start to question things. Like a lot of the times, some of us will dismiss something because of the particular celebrity or particular individual. And we're just like, that's that person. They be crazy sometimes, you know, stuff like that. And then, but now folks is like, well, is this right? Is this what we should be doing?
Right.
Are we, or should we be allowing this to happen in the spaces where our children play, where our daughters, sisters, and brothers, sons are playing, spaces where they're occupying? So those are some of the changes that I've seen. You know, a lot more introspective look, taking a look inside, taking a look at society, taking a look at even the conglomerate that is the hip hop culture, that is, you know, the Black culture. Some of the things that we've allowed to take space, some of the things that we've promoted, a lot of people are calling it under fire, questioning. So,
So, thank you, my brother. Clap it up.
Yes, please clap it up. Appreciate that. Definitely. Thank you.
Yes. Do we have anybody else in the audience that want to talk about their experience in the last? Come through, please. Yes, we need more testimonies and more testaments to what is taking place, right? Because you will begin to see that there's a pattern, right? As you identify the shifts that are taking place in your life based off of your journey, right? So let's hear more about this quote unquote paradigm shift that's taking place. Move your
Peace, how y'all doing?
Hey.
So the thing that I noticed about
Introduce yourself to the audience.
hey, how y'all doing? My name is Marvin, but I go by Detroit. The thing that I noticed about the Cat Williams effect, it's like people are starting to wake up, they're starting to like eat better. People are getting more serious. Like I noticed that people are I'm sorry. I noticed that people like they're like how can I say it? Some are very mean, some are very like trying to wake up and stuff like that. I also noticed that like
Wake up symptoms, you know, noticing wake up symptoms?
yeah, like
Because you know, not everybody that wakes up with good attitudes as well.
Right.
So you're seeing that, right? Sometimes people, you know, especially we seen it in the community, people wake up and they become radicalized with the information that wakes them up, and they become angry about the lives that they have now realized they participated in the majority of their lives. So, you know, sometimes that can contribute to crash out culture. But you're more so seeing that people are waking up and how they responding.
I also noticed that like because I eat very clean, so on my job I be telling people about how to eat and stuff. So I had also caught COVID too during that time, and I got sick. And then people was like, well, how did you catch it? I was like, well, the disease is very serious. But people are coming to me and ask me like, oh man, you know, like I see you eat healthy, this, that, and the third. Could you tell me this, that, and the third? But before they was like this shunning it, you know what I'm saying, slandering me and stuff like, oh, you don't supposed to be eating that. And what I've been doing, I went like, I say from the 28th of February up to now, I did no bread, no sugar, no smoking, no drinking, no sex, no porn. So I cut that out for me. So I did like, also I'll be 37 on the 6th of June. Okay.
That up.
So I had a female that I met, she was from Haiti, you know what I'm saying? So before I did this, I'm sorry. So also before I did this fast, you know, I did my thing with her, but she had been begging me and telling me like, no, I'm just on this path of discipline.
Yeah.
Because when I the real way I learned discipline, when my cousin put me out of the house, I kind of like stayed in my car.
Mhm.
So I did this to see how long could I discipline myself. And I did like 2 years. I was able to save a lot of money. I had like 67 siblings I could have stayed with, but I didn't choose to. So I just did it to see how long. And also before I had hit 30, I told myself I'd be 40 in like two seconds. So I had to figure out a way to generate a lot of money and invest it for myself.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So before you hit 30, you was having a conversation with yourself about
Yeah.
hitting 40.
Yeah.
That alone takes a lot of discipline. Please give it up for him.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people can't see the forest for the trees. Literally, they don't start thinking about 30 until the last day of 29. And then let alone, to experience the 30s until they think about the 40s. So again, that means that you are very conscientious of, your life cycle, you know what I mean, and your intentions of how you're gonna utilize your life force.
Yeah.
Even with you making these decisions about preserving your life force. So yeah, we want to definitely applaud you for being a shining example of that discipline. Willingly, like as you said, you willingly put yourself through some things to toughen your crystal and to learn some things about yourself. What was the most resounding thing that you walked away with after that 2-year period, knowing about yourself?
So I definitely saved a lot of money.
Yeah.
I inspired a lot of people to work harder. You know what I'm saying? Also, like people that are younger than me, I would tell them how to invest, tell them about you guys, you know what I'm saying? Tell them about 19 Keys, but sure, I do this because like it's people that have been working there like 11 years and like somebody working there was 19. I was telling them, bro, I was like, bro, just take your money and invest it because you're gonna kill yourself working with somebody else. I also learned that you ain't a man if you don't discipline yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't, you know what I'm saying? Because most men, they set the tone, you know what I'm saying? So if you set the tone, you know what I'm saying, you really lead the females. And females, I remember like they only go by like when you set the tone, they go after what you're doing. So like for instance, somebody can be in love with somebody, they both can be doing crack, but if they love each other that much, they'll stick with that person.
Hell yeah.
So I'm saying. So I always think, like, why that guy act so dumb and this, that, and the third, and I'm over here being nice. So I had to learn. Nice guys finish last. So you have to do some type of dominance. You feel what I'm saying? Like, please, not necessarily, I wouldn't say beat them all the time, but just lead in the right way where things would be more, I'm saying, easier for them down the path. Because honestly, to me, I feel like the Black woman can't do it alone, and she needs some type of masculine guidance because you can't raise a boy by herself. No, it has to be that. Because I have talked to plenty single females that have kids, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I need to do this, that, and the third." But some of them don't listen, so I have to go the other way. And me personally, I think as a man, you should get yourself together if you really want to have a family, this, that, and the third, because it's gonna be hard. They're trying to raise somebody when you don't have your own foundation, mentally, spiritually, financially.
Clap it up for the God, y'all. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Maybe we could have a whole day set aside to have that level of conversation. You know what I'm saying? And that is, as a community, is it responsible to develop a checklist to say, yo, I gotta have these things aligned in my life before I pursue a relationship, right? Because some people feel that even if they're fractured, the relationship is gonna make them whole. And then there's other people that know that you have to bring a complete version of yourself in order to be in a relationship. And it's just like trying to help or heal anyone. You can only help or heal someone if you yourself are healed. And you can only help if you have something to give, right? So your cup has to run over. So you have to be dealing with some aspect of abundance in order to give, because you can't give what you don't have. Because you can give to a detriment. You feel me? You can give to a detriment. So we definitely need to have that conversation at some point.
And something that the brother said, it stands out to me, and I wanted to share with y'all. He talked about something that he had to give up in order to receive something. That right there, my friends, is spirituality in a nutshell. If you say that you're on a journey, but you're not sacrificing anything, then you're not really on a journey. If you're not restraining from something, then how are you testing your strength? Like, what is your measurement? If there's nothing if you're not giving up something that was attached to you. So the key word is detachment. And that's something that they're not talking about enough. How do you detach from desires, right? Versus jump head first or feet first into desire and lust and all of these other things that this city and other cities promote or other communities promote wholeheartedly. No discipline, right? But claim spirituality, claim all of the lofty positions that come with that, wear the uniform, but you ain't suffering from nothing. You ain't putting up, you're not sacrificing a damn thing. It's not, it needs to be examined. So salute to you for your journey. Do we have anybody else in the audience? Because we do have a presentation that we want to start. So I will ask you to keep it to 2 minutes. But if there's anybody that wants to join the cipher and talk about the Katt Williams effect, how you've noticed not only your life change, but the life or the whole scene, the movie scene, everything around you, your surroundings, if you've seen it dramatically shift. And like I said, we have a whole presentation prepared so we could walk us down this quote unquote path, because time is going so fast. You probably didn't even realize you 6 months into the Katt Williams interview. You know what I'm talking about? So there's 6 months left in this year. So we're gonna identify what the last 6 months was about, right? And how it may have affected you personally, but regardless if it touched you or not, the whole world changed right before your eyes. So we're just gonna imagine if the first 6 months was like this, what is the last 6 months gonna be like? Because it ain't how you start the race, it's how you finish it. So as a community, are we gonna work as a community for the next 6 months? Or are we gonna keep playing this individual shit? You feel me? Are we gonna work as a collective? Or are we just gonna do it in name only or in caption only? Is it real life, REAL, or is it real life, REEL? Y'all wanna stay in the matrix? I don't. I'm tired of talking into a phone. That's not real love. That's not real energy. But let me continue. I don't want to keep going. Is there anybody else that want to share? All right, come forward, please. Yes.
Good brother.
God in the building. Biz, what's
Yes,
good,
yes.
man? All right, come through. Share with the family.
Got it. Let the Zoom family know who you are.
Come on, hold on. We're gonna have to give it up for the kicks first.
Hey, shout out to bro, shout out to bro. Bro picked these out right here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my brother. He just came from LA. He has a fashion brand as well, so tap in with him. Bro, what's going on, man? Royal Phoenix Wild. And first and foremost, peace to the guys, peace to the goddesses. I appreciate everybody being here. Really quick, I say, for me, from what I've experienced, things being more magical and more dreamy, right? Okay, so in 2017, there was a shift that took place. In 2017, there was a rise of like spiritual leaders and spiritual gurus. And if you like go back to the dates when certain people got big, it happened after a certain shift. And so like I believe now, after what's been taking place astrologically, there's been a shift in the psyche of people. So therefore, like people are, with the Katt Williams effect, like their psyche is opened up to a higher level of thought based upon the energy that they're merging into. So it's like I feel like it's a time for us, those who do know and are aware, to be even more responsible. And I feel like if you know and you're not setting the example of what you talk about, you're not walking it out. I feel like for what I've seen, that you will reap the consequences of setting the wrong example. You know what I mean? Because I believe people are wanting to tap in more. They don't have a choice. I mean, it's just where we going. It's the energy, you know. So overall, that's what I've seen the most, and it's made me more responsible. You know what I mean? From what we say, what we do, how we feel, to be able to set the best example for yourself, and not just talk the spiritual talk like y'all said, but really walk it, because we can see it and everybody can see it and feel it and smell it and all of that. You feel me?
Now,
So,
wait. Let me add on, because I saw you 2 weekends ago. We was at a conference, and this conference was talking about health and wealth, and it was popping, right? There was so much enthusiasm. Like that's what blew me away. I have not seen people this enthusiastic about health and wellness in a long time. So being that you're part of that system, have you been able to see an upswell in people's enthusiasm for positivity, for health? You know what I'm saying? Or was this just something that I was just witnessing on my own? Is this something that you also are tapping into?
absolutely. People, because we're cells in the body, so it's like, just like if you have cancer in the body, the cells are going to work together to rid out that negative energy. So with us being cells in the body, we are naturally evolving to a higher frequency. So therefore, being in alignment with health and wealth makes sense. You know what I mean? And so you can see it being acted out. So I witnessed it too. So I'm paying attention. But because a lot of times it's easy for us, but oh yeah, like let's go crazy.
But before I do that, I'm like, let me pay attention. This is
Right.
interesting. There's a shift going on.
The
You know
shift,
what I mean?
yeah.
So I'm grateful though.
Yes.
And that's why I say it's big to be responsible because people are looking at you more now than ever, for because of mentally and spiritually, they're looking to be healthier as well. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
they
So
are,
that's why we
yes.
need people like you all, and everybody plays a part. Everybody
You
matters.
as well,
Everyone matters.
yes.
I'm
Thank
grateful,
you.
my brother.
Appreciate it.
it.
Clap it up,
Thank you,
y'all.
thank you, clap it up, please.
All right. So with that being said, we've been able to document and catalog the words from the family that is a part of the network. And now we're going to get into the presentation. We will have a break in the middle of the presentation. We have people with their own brands in the building, clothing brands, apparel brands. I got a brother over there with his own wine brand. So you can unwind, family, and get a little bit of that wine in your system.
Organic.
This is an organic, melanated owned brand. I got the sister in the back with the powerful jewelry, the crystals, the wire, everything that you need right there to, as a gift, or you could adorn yourself in that. We have athletics over there with the conscious drip. I'm talking about the seasons just changed. We got Quay over there with the Quay mix. You know what I'm talking about? Not only does he mix the beats and whatnot, but Quay has the Quay mix. So you could be nourished while you out there getting your bar on.
Right.
And we have
Beat up hunger.
we can beat up hunger. You know what I'm talking about? We got the Kings County social culture drip over here, artwork. But yes, let us continue. Shout out to the Zoom family. We're gonna take the camera around and show y'all the vendors and everybody in the building. So,
Yes.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
indeed. So let us begin. Can everybody see the screen behind us clear, good enough? Or are we blocking it? I want to, because I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna share the screen.
Excellent thing. Let's get it.
All right, so. The Cat Williams effect, right, is basically what people were touching on earlier about the fact that there is a shift taking place in society. And we've been taught about the Mandela effect, right? But there are many effects that take place. Go and holler at Drew. There are many effects that have taken place in society, but the Cat Williams effect is something that I'm sure that we could all relate to. One of the reasons why we could all relate to the Cat Williams effect is because the Cat Williams video on YouTube is the most watched video on YouTube's history. I'm gonna repeat that, right? Because there's videos that got billions of views, but the Cat Williams video is the most watched video in YouTube's history. It sits at 70 million right now. So what that means is collectively 70 million people received the red pill, right? That video was 3 hours long. Statistically speaking, for a YouTube video, that's an anomaly. They tell you to make short form content because long form doesn't work anymore. It don't perform well. People don't got time.
For attention span.
For attention spans, we come out of the 1 minute TikTok world, right? Where people's master teacher is the 4-year-old kid to be dropping bars. 1 minute though. So he gave you 3 hours of what we call sit down comedy.
It wasn't right.
Right, it was scripted. You could tell that Shannon Sharp had received those questions a week earlier.
Right. So it was a sit down comedy special, not a stand up comedy special. He introduced a new format, a conversational sit down comedy special. The first time that we've ever seen anything like that. And, bro came with, as a comedian, you know what I'm saying? The comedian is often looked at as the jokester or the trickster, right? So we even understand in the deck of cards, as well as in spiritual systems, all spiritual systems open up with the opener of the way, or in let's say in the African traditional system, that would be a leg bar, SU. And the tarot would be the Joker card, right? Because the whole tarot is the journey of the Joker, right? So we see the opening of the year with the trickster or the jokester, right? These are the people that you will overlook. They're supposed to be the jesters, right? You feel me? But it has always been historically known that nobody can get closer to the king but the jester. The comedian plays an unparalleled role, especially us sitting in the city of Atlanta. I just want us to take an appreciation real quick, because I did a video. Shout out to my brother Julian. He seen us all around the city shooting this video. And we were going to a lot of different historical sites. And the majority of historical sites in the city of Atlanta are civil rights sites, right? Celebrating the icons. These people that took smacks so you can, you know what I'm saying, do whatever you do in the city of Atlanta, right? A lot came out of them smacks. You feel me? And these civil rights activists had a program and a plan. But before King would go into any city to do his thing, he would send Dick Gregory. Because Dick Gregory was the celebrity of celebrities back then, and Dick Gregory could get away with talking to the people, unlike King could, because you can only disarm them with jokes, right? You disarm them with jokes, they're laughing at the shit that normally you would get smacked in the face for. Only a comedian could pull that off. So there's a slickness and a cleverness to comedy and to the comedian as a social commentarian, bar none, right? Dick Gregory set that precedent in this particular country, and there became two different roles that was created in comedy. The field nigger and the house nigger, for lack of a better terms. And Dick Gregory was the field nigger, and Bill Cosby became the house nigger. And those two veins, then you saw them replicate themselves in sports with Jim Brown and OJ. You feel me? Right. All of these things are coming full circle right now, and we are living at a time where we're seeing the brilliance and the magnificence of the court jester or the trickster or the comedian, who now is having, how can a comedian have the most serious conversation amongst us as a people that has initiated and inaugurated change, right? These niggas got them on perms. We talking Cat Williams and Terrence Howard at this point, right? This is us judging books by the cover. We will overlook them and say, this is the last place information and consciousness is gonna come from. But look who became the game changers in our society. The people that we overlook, the stones that are often rejected.
Right. Indeed, indeed. So I want to get right into it, right? There's a dichotomy taking place, okay, where there are three main players, okay? And we was calling it the KKK before, but now it's the KKK, right? Katt Williams, Kanye West, right? And Kyrie. And then Kendrick. We got a lot of K's kicking ass these days, right? It's something about those K's. Huh? Not the Kardashians. They're getting kicked these days. You know what I mean? The opposite of that energy. So these K's, when you hear about the KKK, they represented a certain type of energy, but these K's are representing a whole nother type of energy. It's an energy that's in alignment with the energy that we say that we're tapped into as a people, right? This quote unquote, the sun is waking up, the solar flares are going off. Where in society are we seeing the results of that? Well, what we begin to see is a waking up of a certain particular group of people, right? Because I just want to say this before I give Blue the mic. Everybody often talks about the thousands that are needed or the millions that we need to make something happen. When you don't realize it just takes one of you. Just one. Just one. You don't got to be a celebrity. You don't got to be an athlete. You don't got to be an influencer. You just got to be about your purpose. Many of us have been sent here to do things more monumental than a Kyrie Irving, more monumental than a Kanye West, more monumental than a Cat Williams. But because we might not be on these stages with these lights and cameras on us, people might not see the importance in self. So they live vicariously through these characters, right? They're their saviors. Like Kendrick said, I'm not your savior. They do the heavy lifting for the people where they don't want to do it. They speak for you. They talk for you. But the minute they get nailed to a cross, where you at? That's why nobody want to come down here and be a savior. That's why nobody want to incarnate to be a messenger. Because the minute y'all see some damn nails, y'all go running. He on his own, right? But these people are putting their careers on the line. They putting their life on the line. Terrence Harrell put his life on the line.
Straight up.
To be ridiculed.
To be ridiculed about his hairdo, right?
Hairdo.
If he did not have 94 patents, he'd be in a suitcase somewhere and they would be taking all of his hard drives and they would throw a case on him, ridicule him, wipe him out, discredit him, and then be popping up with all of his patents the next day and the next week. That's how real it is. So we're learning from not the mistakes, we're learning from the power moves of others. He's showing you how to move in a room full of vultures. Nigga, you better get your patents before you pop out conscious, nigga. You want to impress somebody, but you don't got your shit together. They out here murking people. They not playing. You playing with it, but you don't realize you got billion-dollar companies shaking in their boots just because you trillion. Just because you got the audacity to say that they got the caucasity to be lying in our face. For real, for real.
And you got the proof.
And you got receipts.
Right. And you can prove it. So just further proof about the K effect, right? Because we ain't been seeing that many mass shootings. So these brothers is busting their Ks in a whole different way, right? January is the 11th month if we're following the astrological calendar. But even if we're not, and we say it's the first month, January stands for Janus, which is the two-faced God. So that's in the 1 and the 1, that's an 11. The K is the 11th letter. You know what I'm saying? And Janus or January represents a door or a gateway. That's what Janus represents. So now we're seeing, right, these Ks coming and presenting you with a door. You could get with this or you could get with that. Cat Williams did it, Kyrie Irving did it, Kanye did it, and Kendrick did it. Made a whole anthem about it.
Pick a side.
They not like us.
Right.
Right?
And pick
you
a
can
side.
get with this or you can get with that and pick a side. Right? So what is it about the K's or the Kaf? You know, in Hebrew, the letter K is Kaf. You feel me? These are very, very interesting times in terms of our observation. Anybody seen any Kyrie playoff highlights? That man deserves an apology from all of us.
Alien.
He's an alien, right? He's unreal. So even a day like today, when you find Anthony Fauci being grilled by the Senate and the world finally finding out the complicity that the governments had with the corporations to defraud you of your livelihood with the COVID vaccines and the whole pandemic, because he said all that shit was made up. Facts. This man stood his ground, right? And didn't get the jab, didn't get the juice, and now he's out here playing like an alien amongst people who may be biologically compromised, right? This dude is unreal. So the Cat Williams effect, you know what I'm saying, is also the Kyrie effect, is also the Kanye effect, because Kanye deserves an apology too.
Deserves an apology.
I'm sorry. And I'm not gonna get, you know, I'll keep it safe. I'll keep it safe. But whatever he was saying, if we was to revisit that conversation, right? And go through some receipts, you dig what I'm saying? Then we'll be able to see that there was some credits, some credibility to what was being said. At least where it was like, yo, if I'm trying to inform you that you need to look at this or pay attention to it just for your own personal sake, he was what's called a harbinger. And that's what I was saying back then. The definition of a harbinger is somebody who blows the trumpet, right? They're the forerunner. They signal what is to come. So you're looking at the K's, they have operated in the capacity of harbingers. And I feel like I'm treading upon his lecture, so I'm gonna give him the mic.
No. No, I'm just adding on to say that, you know, not only are they harbingers, right? But Kendrick, because you being nice right now, like Kendrick literally laid out. He gave you a forewarning about a nation, a rogue nation. That's who he was trying to tell you about. He was just like, them people from that rogue nation, they all got their hands dirty, and this is what they out here doing, right? And he gave you the glasses, the rose-colored glasses in which to look at a group of people who historically you were not even allowed to look at through these glasses. And then later on, right, he planted a seed and then it began to bear fruit, right? So now, with all of these protests that are going on at these colleges, where they're not just protesting the war in Gaza or the genocide and whatnot, they are deep diving and they're learning about the quote unquote history of the Zionists. They're learning about the ties between the Rothschilds, the Zionists, King Charles, apartheid, all kind of shit is coming out. Diamonds, the Congo. So they're like Scooby-Doo is out here solving cases, baby. They pulling off masks and they like, oh, it's still them. It's the Spider-Man meme where they point around, it's the same person. So he prepped and prepared and he doesn't get an apology. I don't know why. People are not giving him, but he don't need that praise. And I was saying the magical thing about him is that he tapped into what we know as Christ consciousness. And when people look at Christ consciousness, they're looking at Christianity. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about somebody who has the power of the sword, which is the sword is the word, right? You have an anointed tongue. You're the Christos with a K. With a K. The Christos with a K where you could chant down. Right. With word, you could the logos. He was putting spells on these Negroes. He chanted down Drake. He chanted down Travis Scott. He chanted down. We're talking about Kanye. We're talking about Kanye right now. Oh, who I said? You said Kendrick. Oh, Kendrick. Now I'm talking about Ye. I'm talking about Ye when he popped out and whatnot. So to begin things off, right? Before we get into anything, we have to say that the Katt Williams effect on music, right, is something that needs to be highlighted. This year alone, in the first 6 months, has given us, right, those of us that are into the art, right, not the BS, not the stuff that everybody was complaining about. Remember, we're still in the 50th year of hip hop. Still. It caps on in August. We're still in the 50th. So in the 50th, we got the best rap battle and battle rap history. Okay, and your boy got cooked. Yeah, Tootsie slide to that. We got the Slant Face Killer. All right, Conway, he put out a classic. We got Blue Lips by Schoolboy. He put out a classic. The Vulture Volume 1. He put out Rhapsody. She put out a classic. Shout out to Rhapsody. Shout out to Rhapsody. The Twin Pillars, Red and Blue. We put out a classic. So it's classics coming out right before our very own eyes. Classics. Rock Marciano, he put one out. He got a classic. Moses Rockwell. So there's a lot of music coming out. The next 6 months is going to be somebody in the audience putting out a classic. You know what I'm talking about? America finna drop a classic. You dig? Right. So we got classics coming, y'all. And I'm showing y'all this because prayers are being answered, right? Prayers are being answered. You got the quote unquote emperor with no clothes exposed. You couldn't ask for anything better in hip hop. With the climate being that it is. I know some of y'all upset that Aubrey got taken down. That's okay. You know what I'm talking about? No, that's all right. I got memories attached to Aubrey. My son's 16. So we grew up to that man. You feel me? But what I know is he was a threat to the culture because at the end of the day, we don't need rappers. We need MCs. Like the brother got up, I thought somebody got up here and say, sisters respect authority. You're not gonna respect no nigga in hip hop if the head dude is wearing nail polish and barrettes. I'm sorry. You're gonna respect Kendrick though. So people be talking about, we gonna get into the Kendrick talk. I don't want to talk, you know, I'm gonna wait for that. But I have videos set up, but this is a PDF. So there's a video where there was a politician in Israel, Tel Aviv to be exact, and she's on a powerful position in government. And there's a video where she's saying that the biggest threat to Tel Aviv, this all the way in Israel, was the black youth. Okay? Now, in America, not over there, they weren't about us. So why, how, and who the hell, and why would that be? Like, people were perplexed. And one of the hangups that I have about what we call new media is that it's old media and you know, new banana skins. They don't, look, I come from the Ed Bradley world. Me and this man, my father used to put us in front of 60 Minutes. So there's nobody in the media that is doing no investigations. Right. We didn't learn about nothing about Diddy from the media, from the new media. Ain't no Gil Nobles. These podcasters are not journalists. Let's be clear. They repeat shit. There's a script that they email all of them in the morning, and they are control opposition. Bottom line.
They're an extension, mainly the ones that are based out of New York City. You have to understand that media is an extension of military. So podcasters, any hip hop media is an extension of mainstream media because they're literally owned by the same companies. You feel me? And the only game in town is to control the narrative by any means necessary. That's the media's military mandate. Control the narrative. You feel me? So no hip hop media coming out of New York City is necessarily quote unquote independent, other than my guy right here. Hip hop is real. Give him a shout out.
Yes, yes.
All right. And I could vouch for all hip hop, right? Those are good dudes. Chuck Creekmore, when I started my journalism career in 2001, like he was the first one. We had a newspaper called Four Corners. I came in September. I think that he helped my publisher out in August of that year get started, and he's still a stand-up credible individual in the game. So salute to Chuck Creekmore and all hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I can vouch for them.
So for everybody in the audience, if I get to collect your emails, I will send you the full version of this presentation where you'll see the video, right? And for everybody on Zoom, we have your emails. So when we present to you the replay, we will have this attached. So you'll see the full video. But the reason why we are a threat to the Zionists over there in Tel Aviv, it goes very, very deep. But what it has to do was the fact that they have discovered that we are the lost tribe. And there's a Messiah amongst us, right? While they are looking for their Messiah. And it don't look like us. And they not the lost tribe. But they got to circle us, they got to be around us, and they have to be in control of us, because why wouldn't you stay on top of the niggas that you mimicking? Why wouldn't you control your opposition? So being that they the bankers, it's easy to control you with money, right? The brother was talking about his relationship. My relationship with money is becoming very sour these days because I ain't attracted to that fiat no more. I'm not attracted to them dead presidents. It's a conflict of interest. That shit don't have no pull on me no more. As I learn about what it is and what it's not real. I'm attracted to gold though. That's attracted to me. The crypto that don't got no dead presidents, that's attracted to me, but not this fiat, not this dead dollar. This shit is doing nothing. I don't even carry it in my pocket no more. You feel me? My relationship with that, all things fake gotta go. Even that. So the black threat to Zionism is the fact that you are the chosen people. Do not forget it, and they will not let you forget it. The people over there that are in Tel Aviv, there's about 10 of those ministers that changed their names so it can sound more Middle Eastern. these are people who are not from over there. This is a problem, okay? Kanye West, like I said, he called it out, and he was one of the first people that we saw fall to the social credit system in America, right? There's a new social credit system in America, and what they will do is they will be able to blackball you with your payments. They could freeze your Stripe, they could freeze your PayPal, they could shut you out of all of the financial systems, they can make it hard for you in the airport, they could do a lot of shit, okay? They're doing it in China, but they're slowly bringing it here. Kanye West is the prime example, and they showed you what they would do to people. If they would do it to him, imagine what they'll do it to somebody that don't got lawyers. So what he did to show you the K effect is he pushed through all of that shit. He was like, you gonna blackball me? You gonna put me through the social credit system? All of these scary Negroes who are contracted to these trillion-dollar corporations. Remember, when you sign a contract, what do they own? The name and your likeness. And what can they tell you to do? Shut them. They could tell you who you could be friends with. Right. That's called a clearance on an album. So if I did a song with Blue, but Blue is owned by Universal and I'm owned by Sony, they could be like, you and Blue can't go outside and play together today. We don't want y'all to make money together. You're gonna let somebody get in the way of your creativity like that? Not me. That's not what the new artist is about. That's not what the new paradigm is about. That's not what the decentralized, quote unquote, independent artist, if you got an owner and a boss, you can't even sit with us. You're owned in perpetuity, my genius. You got to try to get up out of that, right? So Kanye West went independent. He went again, his friends turned on him. He got a new group of friends called the Vultures, right? And they went dark on you because he said, you know what? I did the Christ consciousness thing, but I'm on a journey. Do not put me in a box. Do not tell me where I can stop on the journey. Don't tell me how to evolve. Y'all turned your backs on me.
Yeah. Shout out to D1.
Shout out to D1.
But he made a comment recently on the Matt Hopper podcast, and I just really don't understand. I don't think that he understands the nuances. I think that Ye figured out and understood that Christianity as a corporate entity is tethered to the Zionists. Right. You know what I'm saying? Where you gonna get your relief or your remedy from? The higher up that you go in Christianity, you're gonna run into them people. You're gonna run into them Zionists. So he's like, I can't get a covering utilizing Christianity as my shield and armor, dealing with these people. You feel me? Because in the backdrop, this is who they answer to. I think that that's a wake-up call that our friend D1 is going to run into eventually. You know what I'm saying? I wish that he would have had a little bit more grace with his own quote-unquote Christian brother before he threw him under the bus, because he don't practice the Christianity that he practices. Right. There's 45,000 different denominations, not the whole folder. 45,000 different denominations of Christianity, right? Why he don't have that same smoke for Christian nationalists? Why he don't have that same smoke for neo-colonialists? Why he don't have that same smoke for the evangelicals? Why he don't have that same smoke for the Zionists? But you're gonna have that same smoke with Ye, right? So in order, like, if I'm going against white Christ, if I'm going against a white Jesus, they're gonna paint me as anti-Christian as well. Fact. Right? They're gonna paint me as the anti-Christ if I say, yeah, I'm Christian, but I'm representing Black Jesus. They like, not over here. So he's gonna get his wake-up call as well. And I salute that brother. I acknowledge him. He was the catalyst for the reason that we went and even made this project called 48 Pillars of Power. But yeah, man, let's not go to yay banging.
So as you can see, they put the brother out there, they canceled him, they was ready to wash him up, they were convincing his own people to turn on him. When he was trying to turn the lights on and tell you about an enemy that was lurking, right? Who was on the horizon, okay? Who showed their hand on they basically have showed the world their fangs and whatnot. Anybody that kills children and runs them over with bulldozers on live, anybody who rapes children and laughs about it, anybody that massacres elderly people and laughs about it and plays with it and desecrates the deceased body, because they're doing that on TikTok right now as I speak. And I encourage you not to go look for it. Okay? Because you can't unsee certain things. But the level of carnage that we've been exposed to is unnatural. You are being desensitized, you are being dehumanized, and you are being taken advantage of by mainstream media. They're moving the goalposts on you. You don't even realize it. And you got to sit through all of this and you can't even say nothing. No, I choose to say something. Shame on you if you sitting around quiet. You was quiet during COVID. You was quiet while they was shooting people up and killing them in front of you. Still was holding your tongue. And now you quiet when they killing babies. They're not showing you the black babies over there. But please believe me, those Afro-Palestinians have gotten ethnically cleansed during this campaign.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. The same way they did them in Iraq.
That's a fact.
So they had to admit that they couldn't cancel Kanye West, and he's uncancelable, right? So we seen all of these articles. Here's just to show you that the media don't know shit that they talking about. It's advantageous to be on the cross when you in America fighting against this beast. Do not turn from your brother if you see him nailed to the cross. Do not turn your eye or your cheek from your sister if you see them going through what they call is tribulations and trials. Because when you get through the fire, if you don't let it burn you up and turn you into ash, we got living proof and examples that you will come out greater. Don't they say it's greater later?
That's what they say.
But we can't take the pain. We can't take the pain. Niggas is living a soft life. We can't take the pain. Everybody got full body tats, but we can't take the pain. Black people crying and boo-hooing on TV, getting wild emotional, no results, pouring their heart out. Been doing this since Trayvon. Giving up all of their energy, right? All of their loosh to something that's feeding on you, feeding on fear, feeding on despair, feeding on all of these lower frequencies, feeding on no justice, no peace. So you don't have no peace because you was out here chanting yourself down.
Hands up, don't shoot.
I can't breathe, and then COVID came. Hands up, don't shoot. They start spraying niggas. You chanted yourself down, right? Because once again, the power's in the word. And when you find out where these slogans were created, then you be like, damn, they was against us the whole time. But let us continue. So here's these articles saying that Kanye destroyed himself. They wanted you to feel bad. They wanted you to count his money. They wanted you to cancel him, right? But he is uncancelable, along with a few other people. Can't cancel people in the attention economy. It's an oxymoron. You can't cancel nobody in a troll economy. There's too many niches alive. There's too many niches. So for you to cancel it, and they be like, oh, I can't sit with you at this table. I'm going to go sit at the other 1,000 tables. You can't cancel me. You know what I mean? So when they pushed them out of one sector, it put them into another one that actually made him better as an independent artist. And he was able now to inspire millions of other people to say, you know what? If he could do it, I could do it, right? So the Cat Williams effect is the fact that people are watching, right? They are watching these quote unquote messianic figures closely. And the reason why I say that they're messianic is because they're going up against the quote unquote machine. They are showing you that something is underneath this quote unquote, they're lifting the veil and showing you that there's something behind the curtain. Okay? That is a messenger for the people. And when you come with the right type of energy, it's a messianic energy. Nipsey Hussle had a messianic energy. Henceforth, why when he made transition, he became bigger than life.
Right. And let's clarify that. Like you said, we're not talking about walking on water, more so than when they said the Christos came and he was turning over tables of the money changers, right? You're going against injustice. You're going against authority that is displaced. You're going against institutions that don't benefit you and your people, corrupt institutions. Anyone that's doing that, that's a David versus a Goliath, you know, is identified as one that has a messianic energy, especially if you survive unscathed, right? Then that you know, that's evidence that your God is stronger than the ones that you oppose.
Right, because they would have crushed you.
Because they would have crushed you, right? It's their benefit to get you up out of the way, especially if you are embarrassing them. And again, the only thing they're concerned with is controlling the narrative. But he wrestled the narrative from them. You feel me? And he taught us a vital lesson. That takes messianic energy.
Yes, yes.
Real quick, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You said like he was unscathed, but then they take him from being like a billionaire or like one of the fastest, richest black billionaires.
Right. Well, he broke the paradigm of cash rules everything around me. In his paradigm, it was the creator rules everything around him. In his paradigm, it was the community rules everything around him. In his paradigm, it was his creativity ruled everything around him. So he was able to show you his personal valuation is him. It's not the numbers.
Brands off and all of that.
Yeah, it's not the numbers on the screen. And often we're saddled, right, by the fact that we're tethered to a check. So people are scared to pop out because it has financial repercussions, right? They'll crush you financially. But if you want it, like homie said, like, nah, I'll just go in the forest and throw up a tent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
For the integrity of my word, if I gotta sleep outside, so be it. If I gotta be in my whip, if I gotta be, you know, if I gotta be in my cyber truck, so be it.
Right. And then
Then what are you gonna do to a person who is totally dismissive of your reins that you utilize to pull them back in?
Right.
If they're willing to cut that cord themselves, how you gonna reach them in the wild?
Right. So look,
The Cat Williams effect, right? Kanye, independent, right? Because it's been these endorsements. It's been these, it's called attachments. They call it other names. Only thing is attachments. People in the spiritual community, y'all getting attachments in different ways. But when you are an athlete or an actor or a rapper, you're getting endorsed. You're getting sponsors. So you got Coca-Cola attached to you. You got McDonald's attached to you. You got Estee Lauder attached to you. And what do they expect from you? That energy that you got. The only reason they attach to you because you got the light. You're gonna help sell their product and they're gonna cut you some fiat, right? But they're gonna your face become affiliated with their brand and everything that their brand is about, right? So if it comes out years later that they was doing child trafficking or if they was doing slave labor, that's on you, buddy, right? And that money that you was getting from them might already be spent up. But now your quote unquote brand, your brand is damaged. So what are you being shown? Cat Williams is independent. Kyrie Irving, Nike dropped him. Well, he got his own kicks. Guess what? Independent. So he's showing you, you build your own brand up. F all of these other brands that we don't know. We got Athletics in the building. Shout out to Athletics in the building, right? We know that brand. We got the brother with the wine and whatnot. We got, his name is Wine. Shout out to Wine over there. Yeah. That's Wine with the wine.
Yeah, cup finish, by the way. Yeah.
And the cup finish and I need one. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We got independent people in the building.
Yeah.
So that's what you learning. Get off of the titty of Rome. Get off of the lap of these people. Stop whoring yourself out for these brands. How many times do they got to tell you, you don't mean nothing to them?
Right. You don't.
Right. Give back to Caesar what is his.
Get back.
Right.
What is his.
It sounds like a slogan, but what does it look like? What does it look like? We are now witnessing these slogans come to life. We're witnessing what it looks like to give back Caesar what is his. We're looking at what it looks like to be Hannibal while you in Rome. You feel me? You're supposed to sack Rome like Carthage did. Who wants to be Roman? I don't want to be Roman. Look, I got this Versace on, but this is not Versace. This is Versace. Okay? From a design in our community, it's called Saba. You see our melanated people on here? We can do whatever it is that we need to do. If we got them lit, why we can't get us lit?
Sure.
Right? And when we understand that about ourselves, that the value is with us and it's always been It has never left us. How are we ever looking? I mean, we bought into this concept that we have lost value or we're not a valuable people. And that's just because they have convinced us to pay more attention to cost versus value. We know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. You know what I'm saying? So we got finessed out of our quote unquote personal value because we're struggling with brand identity. We're struggling with self-identity, right? And we're suffering globally from brand damage. So the image is shot, the brand is damaged, and these are the things that need to be restored. You feel me? So when people are coming forward as messianic figures, and a messianic figure is also somebody, you know, you're gonna get nailed to the cross for telling the truth. That within itself is messianic.
Right.
So if someone
Okay.
is volunteering their vessel and they know what the cost is for volunteering that vessel and they transcend the penalty, that within itself tells you in real time that person has messianic energy.
Right.
Facts.
All right. So like I was saying, the brother linked up with the vultures, right? He went completely opposite to the quote unquote image that he was giving you prior to that. Now, one of the great things about Ye, and this is a lesson that we could learn, especially if we're artists and whatnot, he communicates through his design language. And his design language is his apparel or his uniform and his outfit. Remember, he didn't talk to you niggas when the vultures dropped. He wasn't talking. He was taking pictures and he was doing his quote unquote, he was talking to you through the imagery, right? Because he understands the power of the aesthetic. So he showed up, he showed up in all black. He was tapping into the whole opium movement that Playboy Cardi and them is in, where you see these young kids, they're into gothic, they're into emo, they're into the quote unquote all black. They got the inverted cross and whatnot. I scared a sister yesterday. She seen my pentagram. She was like, "But it's inverted." I was like, "Are you scared yet? Like, did I do the job? God damn. Since when did symbols scare people? Right? You need to get out of your spookology. Okay? Because if you gave a symbol power over you, then that means that you're not even on a journey like that. You're still in baby school. You know what I'm talking about? And sometimes people are going to do things, you know, just to test you. So here it is. He popped out. They in all black. They got a different type of energy. You know what I mean? It's a middle finger type of energy, but that energy somehow got them to number one, right? And you know, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And in this music industry, you got to beat them in the numbers. You got to beat them in their own game.
Only thing they respect.
That's the only thing they respect. So once he did that, they had to come up with some distractions because there was no way that they wanted you Negroes that are trying to be signed to their record labels thinking that you could do it independently, right? So immediately after that, we got the distraction of the goddamn year, right? Not to say that it was something that the industry put together, but it was something that the industry put together, right? So you got the Civil War in hip hop kicking off where everybody was going up against BBL Drizzy. Your man's in it, right? And it already has started though, because Kanye kicked off the Civil War when he was like wilding out. He began to draw the line in the sand, right? But this time he was standing on hurt and pain because homie was piping his whiz and whatnot. So people was like, I don't want to join that fight. You know what I mean? You making it about, you know, Pete Davidson versus you. So it was a little but it was the beginning of that drawing of the line. Then you had the situation with, of course, like that, where Kendrick went after Drake, and then everything began to unravel. This man right here, in the year 2009, Blue Pill was one of the first people in the community who gave a thorough thesis about who Drake was based off of the constellations, the Draco star system. And he was able to lay out a whole bunch of things. 2010. But there was one thing that he did where he compared Drake to Jake Scully, because that was around the time when Avatar was lit. So
Terminator Salvation, Terminator Salvation and Avatar was out at the same time, and both characters were played by Sam Worthington who comprised the role of Jake Scully in Avatar, who was the dude in the wheelchair. I told y'all back then that that was goddamn Drake. That was Jimmy Brooks. He's a hybrid. And then he went and he became the hybrid in the Sprite commercial or the 7-Up commercial. I had already called this in a lecture. I did it in the Little 5 Point in 2010 when we came down here. We went to Serpent Mountain and did a ritual before we came down here to show you as Scorpios, yo, y'all about to get introduced to the Draco ritual. You about to get inaugurated, right? Because the procession of the equinox dealt with moving from, we left from the age of Draco into the age of Ursa Minor, which is the little bear, which is Kanye. So we are literally in an epoch of time that is ruled by these people that you call stars that are actually constellations that represent pockets of energy, right? The way that we could say that he's not just a star, but a constellation. What does his family tree look like? How many stars came from the star known as Kanye? Huh? He's a constellation that has stars within him. You feel me? So we called this shit, or at least I did in 2010.
Right. So to see it unravel was a beautiful thing. What was exposed, ultimately, it was bigger than Drake versus Kendrick, right? What Kendrick was exposing, being a Hebrew Israelite, was the fact that as somebody who was, somebody who was not of that quote unquote messianic tribe, he was showing through the culture that the culture has been hijacked, right? Drake is a placeholder. He is a neo to the machine. If you remember the movie, The Matrix, there were 7 neos before they perfected him. Wow. There was 5. So, we got a lot of quote unquote, neos that they were trying to incorporate, or clones for that matter. And Aubrey was the best one that they were able to produce. But the emperor has no clothes. And hip hop has been held hostage for many, many years by a fake sound and somebody who basically, wasn't necessarily comfortable in his own skin. And he was a hybrid. And because of the fact it's not a race thing, let's be clear. I am not talking about race, because race is a construct. It's not real. We're talking about ethnicity. Okay?
And not only that, we talking about ethnicity, but when we're speaking about him being a hybrid, it's his ability to clone sounds. Now, anyone who makes sounds, anyone who is an artist, you know how important authenticity is to your bop, to your vibe, to your sound, to your town. You know what I'm saying? Your town has a rhythm, it has a dialect, it has a whole energy that goes through it. You feel me? And then when we catch regional artists coming out of these towns, it's because they represent the pocket of energy that this town represents. Right. So when Kendrick called out the fact that, Drake uses Atlanta as a factory for vibes, for sounds, this particular town, that's what this place gives up. It gives a frequency, it gives a vibration. And if you're able to catch that and catalog it, it's gonna take you to places that are unprecedented. With that, I want to definitely acknowledge the life and legacy of our brother Rico Wade. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Yeah. Nah, y'all could do better than that. Y'all could do better than that. This is Rico Wade, right? This is the godfather of the sound that y'all fell in love with Outkast, Organized Noise, right? Yeah, now they out here catching Ricos and whatnot. But when I came here in 1997 and I heard Goody Mob's album and whatnot, and I tapped into that Outkast, I saw them at the Tabernacle, it changed my life. Facts. So that is what we want to recreate this summer, summer 24, in Atlanta. With all of this talent out here, we want to create a new sound. We want our own Dungeon family. You feel me? We got Andre 3000s in the audience somewhere that need to be found. When we went to see Andre playing flutes the other day at the Jazz Fest, he said if it were not for Rico Wade, you would not have Andre at all. Because he gave him the impetus to be great. The courage and the confidence. Yes. So we need coaches. We need OGs who don't want to be teenagers. Right? Yeah, we need to snap out of living our third childhood, elders, right? Let the youth be the youth. It's the elders for counsel and the youth for war. Don't worry, bro. You're not gonna miss out on the Tootsie slide. They're gonna call you when it's time. But we literally have to be sitting up as elders and breaking bread and sending out the youth. So, because youth for war means I'm gonna get you right for this concert. You gonna tear that stage down, and we gonna celebrate. But I don't gotta be on the stage dancing with you, bro. I'm gonna set you up. You gonna come when you doing your practice. You gonna learn from the people that this experience. That's the counsel. But when it comes time to get on the stage, you gotta let the youth get on the stage to shine, man.
Let them do them.
Let them do them. So for the elders, we gotta let this thing, don't let it go. We have to trust, but we gotta put the youth through a rites of passage. You can't just assume that you're gonna hand the goddamn baton over to somebody that has not proven themselves, right? So once we develop this quote unquote rites of passage, then we could see who's going to rise to the quote unquote occasion. But you have to be willing to loosen up your hand and let go of this shit and let these people shine. You lose nothing in that. You know what I mean? So that's also what this rap battle is representing. We're now living in an era, right? Because it's not Drake versus 20, it's Kendrick versus 20. Because them niggas in Atlanta that he named that was getting the stimulus check from Drake, they can't do nothing with Kendrick. He hit a lick with that song with Future, but the rest of them with strip club, trap culture, knuckle dragon culture, they don't want Kendrick around. As you can see, the media has already changed the narrative. They're not going deep. They're not giving you no real shit about. They're like, well, Drake won as well. Both of them won. It wasn't that bad. Drake, no, nigga, it was bad.
Bad.
It was bad. That era is done.
But they're not reporting it. Yeah.
That era is done. Started dying when they locked Thug up. You know what I'm talking about? That era is finished. There's nothing that you could do to resuscitate that. It took more L's than Deontay Wilder. To this day. Right? So what Drake did is Drake came to Atlanta and amplified the bullshit. Ain't no stimulus check. Why he ain't do a song with Big Brother, Little Brother? Why he ain't do a song with India Arie? Why he ain't do a song? Why he ain't do more songs with some of the conscious artists? Why he ain't do a song with B.O.B.? Right? But what does Drake come and do? He come and amplify the bullshit. So he made your city more dangerous. He made your city more of a thought town. He made your city more of a narco state. He made your city more looser than a goose because he amplified the BS trying to be down because he'll want to be. And real niggas do real things. So he ain't gonna go nowhere and amplify, you know, what Nipsey's message was. He not gonna tap in with La Russell. He's only doing songs with gangbangers, trap niggas, fake gangsters. You know what I mean? And people that's gonna make your life more difficult while getting the ghetto pass. So they tell him, go and play with all the girls in Magic. Go and play with all the girls in Onyx. So go and walk Bankhead, nigga. Do you know what a hood pass? You know how good that is? You from the hood, but you don't know it. You don't even know what a hood pass is. But we give them hood passes and they get more than what we get from them. Vlad TV got more from Umar Johnson sitting on his couch than Umar Johnson got from being on Vlad. Charlemagne, the girl, got more from everybody that came to the Breakfast Club than they got from him. Because when he on stages for $100,000 a person, when they doing all of that mental health shit, how many people from the conscious community do he bring with them to get a bag? He ran with their cloth and leveled up to be the woke god. You know what I'm talking about? So you don't gain from playing with these degenerates. You the bag. You're the catch. You don't even realize that. So once again, here's your boy, Drizzy Drake, BBL Drizzy, and he had to get taken down by the one who is seen with the crown of thorns. Let's talk about the mythos of what we're seeing. Let's go beyond the surface. Let's take it into the mythology, right? So here it is. This man right here, he has a song called Yah. This man right here, we watched his journey as he became a Hebrew Israelite, and he's about what he says he's about. No man is perfect. At least he's trying. But he said he's the biggest hypocrite. And he said he's not your savior. Said that. He publicly said that. I'm not your savior. I'm working on me. Stop playing. Stop. Let's get that out the way. But I will smoke something real quick in the name of hip hop. Say this after me, y'all. Higher.
Higher.
Infinite.
Infinite.
Power.
Power.
Healing.
Healing.
Our
people.
people. We just now have summoned the gods of hip hop. Thank you. Oh, we got Minister Servant. Please clap it up, y'all.
Yes.
We got a legend in the building. Royalty. Literally.
Well, damn.
Minister Servant.
Goddamn. Shit.
Minister Servant in the
Damn.
building. With that being said, family, we got to take a 10-minute break. It is 10 p.m. on the dot. We got food in the building. We got wine in the building. We have merchandise
Shit
in the
about to get
building. We
lit.
got art in the building. What else do we have? We got jewelry in the building in the back. And we have beautiful people who I want to meet each other. So please turn to the person next to you and introduce yourself. And if it's somebody that you know, both of y'all introduce yourself to somebody you don't know. You know what I mean? So we here to network. The break is 10 minutes. Not colored people time either. 10 real minutes, white people time. So 10-10 wins. We'll be right back. All right, family in the YouTube world. We're gonna bring some of the vendors to you so you could meet them. Okay? Get some water. Get some water. Take a breather, and we'll be back. We're like halfway through this thing. So, yeah.
Shalom. Shalom.
Should I have some of that vegan wine?
Shit. Can the vegan wine be shipped? I mean, Shalom now.
Right, that sounds good right now.
Goddamn right. On a goddamn Monday. Oh yeah.
Did anybody get a chance to see the Parade of Planets at dawn? It's supposed to be like 6 planets lined up, and you can see like 4 of them with your naked eye. Only for like 3 days though.
Right now, these bastards have been spraying since 5 a.m. yesterday. It's still cloudy as shit out here in Harlem. This shit crazy. I've literally watched these bastards spray the sky for goddamn 24 hours. It's
Wow.
just wild right now.
That's crazy. Every time there's something going on, it's extra cloudy. It could be sunny all week, and then soon as the eclipse happened, it was clouds everywhere. All the time.
A whole bunch of fuck shit.
Right on time.
Shit. Bullshit, man.
I'm gonna try to get up and see it tomorrow morning, but we'll see.
Yeah,
And
I'm in
now,
Louisiana. It's we on tornado watch. It's raining and lightning and thunder outside.
oh wow.
Oh, hell no. Oh, nah, man.
Yeah,
Man.
we're in red right now.
Did
I'm in
y'all
Jersey. We
hear?
supposed to get storms.
Did y'all hear? It's supposed to they predicting a Category 6 hurricane this summer.
They
No.
spreading the word down
Yeah,
Louisiana. They saying
bro.
prepare for a real bad hurricane season. Something like Katrina style, even worse.
Always remember, people, we control the goddamn weather, so let's change that shit
Mhm.
up. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on with me. Come on now. We can change all that, so it's not a problem.
Most definitely.
These clowns.
Say that again.
Anybody know which 6 planets are going to line?
We're supposed to be able to just see it, like at dawn. They were saying New York, but like I'm in Jersey, so I'm not sure. I just think it's for 3 days, June 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Don't quote me on that. But I think tomorrow's the last day we should be able to see them with binoculars or with the naked eye. Because sometimes you could see, I think that's Jupiter next to the sun, like that the little spot next to the moon. I meant, like at night when the moon is full, sometimes you can see Jupiter, but if you look up right before the sun comes up, you should be able to see it.
Right. 'Cause Venus always mostly been visible too.
Yeah, yep. But it's like a pinkish color, right? Like a orange or like.
Right. Yep. That's how I know it
Mhm.
is.
Yep. You can see it. Now imagine looking up and seeing a line like that, like all of them in a straight, like a straight line.
It has happened a few times within the last few years, so
Yeah, that's true. Because it was another alignment. I forget. That is true.
There's been some dope things happening. Like how Red say, it's a good time to be alive. So
Yes.
And it's crazy, right? They said, oh, we will see this lineup for another 2,000 years. Lo and behold, we see that bitch about what? A good year and a half later. So what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, they don't expect us to look up. That's why they still tell you anything.
Dumbass niggas.
yeah, it's crazy. I'll be trying to halfway believe the documentaries that I be seeing on TV. Like, man, you gotta use straight up discernment, like on all areas.
Yep.
Put
That
yourself
thing. Yep.
in the goddamn story, and if it doesn't seem right, it's not your story. Can you dig it?
Yes.
Straight up.
Yeah, that'd be frustrating them. I'd just be like, turn the news off. Like I have family members, like they just live by it. And it's frustrating. Like they can't do nothing without our permission, first of all. And second of all, we controlling all of this.
Yeah, it's a lonely journey for sure.
Did anybody see how they conducted the so-called cloud seeding in where is that? San Fran in the Bay? They had this military ship, the decommissioned military ship out there that they converted, and they just been constantly seeding. This is where all of these storms are coming from the west. And they hit it.
Wow.
Yeah, they hit it, and they said, they didn't want to publicize it because they were afraid of the backlash. You
Oh
can
my
find
God.
it. It's all online. A lot of people are talking about it.
Yeah, they cloud seeding everywhere. Dubai. And then like I
They
just
got them.
left the
Yeah,
Bay.
that's what I was about to say. It's a bunch of them.
Yeah. I
I've
just left
seen
the
the
Bay. Like
machine.
I had to move back down south because that's San Andreas Fault down California, Nevada, Washington, Oregon. Man, it's gonna rip, man. That's San Andreas Fault. That's gonna be an earthquake. And then Yellowstone out there, man. People
That is
call me crazy,
terrifying.
but shit, when there's something like that go down, that's gonna be catastrophic, man.
I try not to be in fear, but I'll be looking at those doomsday maps, and that shit looks crazy.
I be prepping up, yeah, so I don't be really tripping. Then I had to make that move, like nah, I
We
already
don't
be
do
nervous
fear
with
on
them
this side.
earthquakes.
I'm gonna say it again. We don't do fear on this side. So
Yeah,
please
it's not
don't
fair.
talk about no goddamn fear over here. We don't fear a
We're not
goddamn
gonna be
thing.
spooky.
Nigga,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
don't fear
yeah,
shit over
be
here.
prepared, not
We're
scared.
not doing that. We're not doing
Thank you
that.
for
Cut
that
that shit
reminder.
out. Respectfully. You know what I mean? Cut that shit out. We're not doing
Straight
But
that.
up.
like the maps are interesting for the most part. It's not out of fear, but I'm looking at like where imagine the Mississippi River turning into like a small ocean. I don't even know what to call it, but like a small
Don't
ocean.
even imagine it. Don't even do it.
But
Don't even do it.
if you have discernment,
Don't even do it.
Right.
Don't
You gotta
goddamn
be
don't even do it
prepared, not scared, man.
your
Be
thoughts will
prepared, not
manifest.
scared.
That's
Be
what they
careful
want you
what
to
you
do.
wish
Your
for.
thoughts will
Be
manifest.
careful.
it's all about discernment.
What did your goddamn grandma tell you? Be careful what you wish for now. Shimon now.
Mm-hmm.
Shimon now.
Peace,
Don't be
peace,
playing around.
peace,
Playing around.
peace,
Don't
peace.
But that
be
cloud
goddamn
seeding,
doing it.
man, they wrong for that shit though, man. They damn sure doing that cloud seeding for sure.
Yeah, they are. They
Peace to the
doing it.
fam.
Y'all
Peace
need to
to the fam.
research Mount
What up?
Everest in Antarctica. Mount Everest is actually a golden volcano. Got this spewing gold into the air, and the reason why they keep going crazy like that because the gold is actually killing on like chemtrail shit. That's why
A
they going crazy
golden
like that.
volcano.
Mount
I've never heard nothing like that in my
Mount
life.
Everest in Antarctica. It's a
Yeah,
gold
okay.
spewing volcano.
What?
Yes, and the gold is killing all that chemtrails and shit. That's why they going crazy like that. That's a fact. Look
Oh
that
yeah,
shit up,
Mother
goddamn.
Earth definitely gone. Mother Earth is definitely optimal. She definitely that bitch. Mother Earth, like
Mm-hmm.
trying to
All
fight
right,
all
family, can
forces.
y'all hear me?
We
I
can hear
am
you.
joined here by a vendor, a very talented, I don't even say vendor, a business owner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a business owner. I want you to be able to meet some of our business owners. This is our sister right here. She's gonna
They
introduce
down
you
in
to her brand,
Atlanta,
and
Georgia.
she's gonna show you what it is that she's working with.
Come back.
Let me know if y'all can hear me and see me clearly too. Oh, they said greeting.
Yeah, they down in Atlanta,
And she
Georgia.
kind of camera shy, so
If y'all can't tell.
We hear you.
Peace family, I'm Bria. The name of my brand is Celestial Adornments. You can find us on Instagram, celestial.adornments or celestialadornments.com. So I make handcrafted wearable art with healing crystals.
bring it closer to the camera. Look at this beautiful, oh my goodness.
Yes.
Look
With
at
resin,
this.
flowers, healing crystals. You name it, we got it.
I wonder if I leave this.
I'm gonna put your IG. I'm gonna type it in. Tell me how to spell that.
Yes. So
Can I get back in?
Celestial. Yes, I got you.
Cause see, I like when they rap in,
Is it a
not
dash or
as like hip
dot?
hop,
Okay.
but they were saying hip hop. The acronym hip hop means healing our people for higher infinite
Thank you for the
power.
compliment.
That was the message from
Oh,
the
they
very
shooting their
beginning
shot. What's
to
going
right.
on? Chill, y'all.
And
Chill,
then got in
y'all.
there
What we doing?
and they own these
Y'all
companies
out there
with all
shooting
this
y'all
gangster
shot.
rap and disrespecting women kind of music
Oh,
for the
what?
last
We do
what
have
30
content
years maybe
connection
or 20
coming
years of the
soon.
50 years of hip hop
Please
that
believe. Yeah,
brought it
that's coming
way
soon.
down to gutter
We'll let
level.
y'all know when
Nothing
that's on the way,
positive
but
like
that is
what
on the way.
they were singing in the 90s when it first started out.
Yes. Is there any questions that you have?
Yeah,
Because
man.
she's showing you one
Yeah,
thing.
it's
There are
terrible.
many
I have
other
waist
samples.
anklets. We originally went into business because I really got into womb healing at one point in my journey.
Yes.
We have to come back to this.
I started with waist beads.
They
and then
not
just
they
branched
not
out from there.
rapping on the things that I want to hear.
So it started there,
right
started
now.
out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope.
Get out.
That's dope. Okay, so you want, so it's more to come. Like
Oh,
while we on this
Yeah,
journey,
you
we
have
might get crowns
in
and everything.
between what they're
maybe,
lecturing
maybe.
about
Chokers.
because they have an
Oh, yeah, I have
audience
plenty of
there.
chakras.
and
So you
they're
got
Throat
inviting
chakra,
people
got stuff for
on
your throat
camera
chakras.
to talk
so you
about their
have
business.
crystals
So
like
they're
chokers.
trying
Yes,
to uplift
You have it.
Excuse me, can you
certain
mute your
sections
mic?
Yes.
Can you mute
of
your mic,
Atlanta
please?
Tell
because they
Jefferson
say
is next.
who,
Carol
man?
Yes,
Johnson,
yes.
Carol Jordan.
Yeah, that's me.
so
I'm
you said
muting,
there's a
I'm
lot of
sorry.
people talking. Yeah, my bad. I don't know how to, let's see if we could turn it down a little bit. Let's see, let's turn the mic off. Is that better? Maybe that's better. But we got some people in the building. That's
Some M&Ms, Rose Quartz, Citrine, Jade.
Fellas, I don't want to put y'all on the spot, but I'm saying, if you're proud of her up, baby. If you're proud of her. Like, yeah, man. For dude that was shooting a shot.
Right.
What's the, yeah, go get your trophy.
We take donations as well.
That part. You know what I mean?
We always need art supplies.
Yes, we take the You Look Gorgeous donations. You know what I mean? That works.
I am working on some masculine pieces. By the end of this month, I'll have some more masculine pieces.
Nose rings for the men.
Nose rings. That's
Yeah, we
okay.
need like a full
Well,
ring.
yeah,
right now.
drop what y'all want. Okay.
They said they will be supporting whatnot. Cause you know I got that little adorned crown right there, so that might be a whole idea. A copper.
I'll have to tap in.
Somebody said drop the IG. It's right here in the thread. I'll repost it right here.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Have
that.
a good night.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want me to grab that piece, that Aaron?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it right
All
now.
right. Come on, Jefferson. Let's hurry up. Nah, you good. You good. Listen. Where's your clothes at, bro? You're not that. You gotta bring your merch, brother. This is the clothes right here. Merch. This right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is athletics. He needs no introduction. He got the Drippington. Nah, you gotta bring your drip, man. Stop. Don't be like that. Go bring a short set. Short set. Yeah, man. Bring a short set. And tell Quay to come up here after you. Yo, wine. Thank you.
Got a facility, 2835. You scan that QR code.
Okay. All right. You got our card?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna get on top of this tonight.
So we got a $9 a month for the Black Achievement Fund.
Okay.
10 million members equates to over $1 billion in economic funding. And so we got a facility.
Y'all got machinery in here?
Yeah.
Like production?
For music?
Nah, clothing, anything like products and stuff.
So the Chemist Club is brand new. It's only been open for like a year now. It's out in East Point. And it's a facility.
I'm gonna pull up. All right, let's build on it.
It's good.
There we go. That's better. That's more like it. This man think that everybody. Here we go. So we got high level apparel. All right. You know, it's summertime, so it's time to change the closet up, switch things up a little bit, right? So the good brother Jefferson, he's coming with that high level drip. You know, the dad hats is on deck. We got the basketball shorts, fully
all stitched,
fully
well.
embroidery. You feel
Represent
me?
your ancestors.
Represent your
Stop playing.
ancestors.
Ant-Man lost. Y'all gotta give with God.
That part.
T-shirt to match. I brought the hockey jersey because we don't really have a lot of representation in hockey, but now
we
you
do.
got your representation in hockey.
Got brothers
Okay?
on ice.
So what y'all need to do is y'all hit me up on IG, AFR_LETICS. Y'all can hit me up on the website, AFR-LETICS.com. If you in Atlanta, you can come to my store in New Black Wall Street, Star Status, and you know, DM me. Y'all can hit my phone if y'all have a card, 504-296-6592. I do custom orders, so if you have your own brand and you say, man, I want a hockey jersey with tackle 12 and embroidery and all this little blah blah, we can make that happen for you.
And
custom hats, boom,
right.
we can make that happen for you.
And for the Patreons, summertime, I think July we have it set. July we doing a workshop, how to build a multi-million-dollar apparel company. He's gonna be showing you the tricks of the trade.
Sir, tap in.
Yes. All right. You got the IG. All right, DM him. Send over wine, please. Julius, you want to make a cameo? Yeah.
This is the IG, the TikTok, and all that right there.
You looking for children for the summer thing? Come on down. Yeah, send wine over here. They want that wine. Stop bumping the table, please. All right. So this next brother here is the owner of this establishment that we're in, the proprietor of the store. This is our good brother Julius, Dr. Julius. I'm sorry, Dr. Julius.
Peace, family.
And his newest addition. Hey. So Julius has a summer program for the youth. For all of my parents that are out there who want to send their children to a summer program where you're going to be able to do things that you probably never done before. I'm gonna let him discuss it real quick.
Peace, family. Yes, the name of the organization is the YG Movement on Instagram. It's called Young Generation Movement, and we have our annual leadership camp. It's a 1 week camp, and we're going to give them all the tools that they need to become young servant leaders right here in Atlanta with all the resources, because we're going to be connecting them with a lot of resources this year.
A lot.
And so, yeah, so you can hit us at YG Movement, IG. You can shoot us a DM, and we'll send you over an application. And also, we're going to be having our ciphers here.
Yes. Ciphers will be here on the block, outside, like, you know. Up south. And we have an idea about a mural.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so we're looking for artists. We're looking for artists who want to be a part of this legacy that we're it's historical West End legacy.
Historical West End legacy.
Where we're gonna just show homage to the ones that's coming here to, bring the wisdom and just really just unify, man.
Yep.
So we're looking for some dope artists who want to do some murals of our brother Red and Blue.
Yeah.
Want to
Supreme.
do a
Right. Supreme.
So yeah, definitely hit us up, family. YG Movement, and then YG Urban Cafe. It's the cafe where you can come get your breakfast and brunch, 100% plant-based. We got the first
goddess soup,
sea moss waffles and pancakes. We're like the Starbucks and Waffle House holistic.
Yo, the Seymour's pancakes, bro. I promise you. Oh my goodness. The Seymour's pancakes, it's nothing to be said. I don't gotta say nothing else.
For sure.
Thank you, King.
Peace, love, and life, family.
All right. I want to put y'all in contact with another legend right here. We have our good brother Supreme Understanding. All right, the legend. He just opened up a metaphysical shop / bookstore / crystal store in the ATL. Let them know how they can tap in with the gold.
Peace. So it's called Timbuktu, because if you know about Timbuktu, center of culture and commerce on the west side.
Yeah. Where the
and, when Kemet went through what Kemet went through in his fall, a lot of the gods went to Timbuktu and kept on teaching, building, and doing trade.
Books.
Right. So all the things that they did there, selling crystals, minerals, and gems and jewelry, you know, copper jewelry. They was doing that back then.
Right.
So my brother, he got a shop for that. My other brother, he has a shop for books. And then my other brother, who I met through working with this space, they do furniture, art, and decor. Which you ever seen the markets out in the hood that like they got all the stuff outside in the parking lot? Yeah.
Right.
People look down on that, but if you think about it, that's a community institution.
That's a super. When you go to the continent, that's what you see.
That's how
and
it is.
That's how it is.
Everywhere else is really like that.
India, like that is how that
You
shit
paying
is.
extra for the air conditioning anywhere you go that got air conditioning. You paying extra for that. And for the storage, for the shelves, for the cleanliness of the bathroom.
Right.
But anyway, this is a thing because if you don't go to them, and they furniture is a great price and all that, so I love them. But otherwise you're gonna rent a center and get ripped off.
Damn.
So while we got all the culture and the consciousness too, like that practical part, like being able to just decorate your home and live better.
Right.
Like, that's beautiful. So
But
all that-
you've been showing that though.
Yeah. all that
You've been
practicality.
showing that do it yourself. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You show people the nuts and the bolts. That's what I really appreciate. Like you take them through that journey. Juan, I need you over here with them bottles. Bring some bottles with you, brother. They wanna meet you. So give us what's the address where they could come and support the shop. I'm gonna write it down.
It's 2649 Martin Luther King Drive, MLK.
MLK.
Yeah, it's open every day of the week, I'll say except Monday.
Okay. Right there too. All right. Make sure y'all pull up, family, and
Oh, and
support.
it's a trade school. We teaching young men how to become gods, teaching them how to build,
It's
to be
the-
born.
They teaching they teaching young men how to be gods. So it doubles as a trade school. You know what I mean? Like I said, summer 24, we about solutions. We doing shit. Peace to the God. We will be doing stuff with Supreme. Yeah, it's gonna be fire. This last vendor is our good brother Wine. Yeah, yeah. Got the wine in the building. This is called, well, first of all, this is the legend right here. This is our good brother Wine. You know what I mean? Shout out to Slice and what this brother right here is a very good brother. He's doing big things, not just in the hood, but in business relationships and stores. I'm gonna let him introduce himself.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Wine, out of Kansas City, Missouri. Man, here building with my brothers, Red and Blue. You know, we pushing black-owned products. You know, this is my wine brand, Chancietta. Named it after my mom, and you know, we just pushing luxury brands by black-owned, black-owned individuals. So we got the shoe brand, Two Cognac. You know, and I'm a partner with my brother Slice. You know, he's not here right now, but like I said, we building. You know,
The legend. That's right. Yeah. Let them know where they could get some of these bottles at, because I know they don't want to come.
Right now, y'all can actually tap in and hit me up right now on IG. Y'all can tap in with me on IG at The Real Wine, TheRealWine. You know, right now we just locally in Atlanta, you know, pushing commerce to the black-owned businesses. So if y'all in Atlanta, we do ship also. So, you know, just tap in. That's where you all can reach out at right now.
Right.
Yeah, we getting things situated. We do have a NFT project on the blockchain, so you know we just mixing commerce also with the blockchain. So guys, stay tuned. We got a lot in the works.
So for the people who may be from out of town, businesses, they might want to lock in with you and order some cases and whatnot.
Yeah.
Are they able to do that through the IG?
Yeah. Y'all can hit me up and then we can make that happen. Yeah.
There you have it, family.
Yeah.
Our good brother Wine pulling up with the black-owned wine brand. Make sure y'all tap in with the guard and shop with them and let them know that you know that you support.
Yeah. Like I said, we got the organic.
Only gonna grow bigger.
Got the organic Chianti Classico. We have the non-organic red Chianti Classico, and we got the IGT white. Got the white. So that's what we're working with.
All right, let's get this thing started back up. Thank you, my brother.
So appreciate you, man.
Peace. Peace, family. Peace, family. In about 5 minutes, we will get back to the teaching. In about 5 minutes, we will get back to the teaching, y'all. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, of course. I was calling you earlier. Come on, Quay. So Quay is gonna come and show you guys what he has with the trail mix. And like I said, this trail mix right here is whoo, this thing give you your life back. This thing, yeah. So you met Quay earlier. Quay was giving y'all the rundown about how his Katt Williams effect is going on. But this brother right here is the proprietor. I remember when the bags were somewhat smaller. He is a producer extraordinaire. He makes some very powerful beats and whatnot. For all of my aspiring artists, tap in. But this right here,
Yep, the best.
you know when you in the studio and you got to eat that muck, you know what I mean? And you're in the studio and you eating Kit Kats and all kind of crazy stuff. Well, not only is he a producer of the beats, but he is producer of the quote unquote good diet. So let him know.
This is Quay Mix, Black-owned trail mix company. This is how we remineralize our people. We deal with iron deficiencies, magnesium deficiencies, selenium deficiencies, and the doctor's gonna tell you to take a supplement, take a pill, but nothing in. Those are good, but they're isolated. Nature gives us stuff in its whole form. So if they give you some pumpkin seeds, it don't just got magnesium, it got magnesium and calcium. It got magnesium, you know what I'm saying? So that's what you're getting in here. You're getting the whole version, the way it was intended to be. You know what I'm saying? So your body can absorb it and you can use it and continue to be great. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're doing. That's what it's about. We on Instagram, KWA.mix. That's our IG, KWA.mix. We have an online website. We have a subscription service where you can get this every month or every 2 weeks, and we do discounts on your first order with the subscription. And yeah, it's great for the family, great for the kids. I have a 2-year-old daughter, and she eats this, no problem. You know what I'm saying? So you can put it in the oatmeal, blend it up with all that. And if you got sensitive teachers, blend it up, put it in your smoothies, oatmeal, you're still getting the nutrients.
Still getting nutrients, right?
Yeah,
Shout out to my good, man. Y'all make sure ship to Canada and Alaska.
Alaska, yes, but I don't know about Canada. I don't know if my website can do Canada.
I can hook you up with that.
Okay.
I'll be shipping, bro. Man, the Netherlands.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so this go in the mail. What's the website again? They said
the website is actually. It's like my Shopify. You got the my Shopify thing, you know what I'm saying? But if you go to my Instagram, it is in my bio. KWA.mix. It's right there.
Yeah, go to Quay.mix on IG and it'll take you everywhere. Click the link in the bio. It'll take you everywhere. Thank you everybody for your time and your patience and whatnot, and the love that y'all been sending the vendors and your support that y'all gonna be giving them in the future.
Thank you.
So definitely thank you. I need to grab some of these shirts. Yeah, real quick, I just gotta show y'all what we got on deck, and then we getting back to the business. We're gonna get back to the business. But we got some new drip in the building. We have the soldier coat. We got the Don't Rap Against Drake tote bags. You smell me? Pass me one of them Kendricks. Nah, I'll take that one. We got the Soldier Culture. I'll give you the website to all of these. And I think, I'm gonna give you the websites. How come we don't rap tea? How can we get that rap tea? Oh, the rap tea? Yeah, I'll give you the website to that. But we good. Thank you, Quay. I appreciate that. Let's get back to this thing. Family.
Peace. The break is officially over. We are going to be starting on the second act or the second version of this lecture, and we'll be winding it down. You dig? I know y'all got that whining in system and you might be feeling like I feel, but guess what? Let us, ready, Blue? All right, so we're gonna get right back into the conversation and we'll take it from there. All right, give me 1 second. Ask y'all a question, real quick. Would y'all be down to do like a outside cipher? Cause the brothers is out there right now, it look like that they kind of building. You know, we from New York. We used to be in Harlem, and we just we'd be outside, crowd is walking by, they feeling the energy, they get the downloads. So we wanted to bring that back to the West End, so we could bring that energy and power this grid up and revitalize this area. So if that's something that y'all wanna do, I wanna do it. We ain't gonna be outside all night, be like 10 minutes, and then we could get back to that. So, all right, let me,
Yeah, what about? Nah, I'm gonna connect with my phone. I got my phone. So for the YouTube family, we about to do something, or the IG, the Zoom. We're about to do something that we've never done before, and we're about to bring the cipher to the cipher. So y'all are gonna witness a very organic, powerful demonstration. All right. So I'm gonna bring the Zoom family with me through the phone, and it's gonna be beautiful. So yeah, let's do this, and then we'll get back and we will wrap up this lecture that we have for everybody.
Yes.
But this is a part of the magic right here. So let us tap in with our AT aliens. You dig? Let us tap in with our ATL family. And it's a beautiful group of people out here. So they deserve this.
I'm in the building too, so you know.
Building cipher, music cipher. Nah, we building. Okay. We ain't no music, we building, we chopping it up right now. Okay, let me see.
Word.
I'm right at the foundation, so you know. From Harlem to ATL, so it's a direct connection, you heard?
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in
All right, we going outside. Let's tap in. Let me mute this. All right, can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear
no
me.
video though. We can hear
Okay,
you.
cool beans. All right. Turn the camera on. All right. Can y'all see through the camera? Let me know if y'all can see through the camera.
No, sir, we can't see. We just see Kendrick at the top on your desktop, but we don't see you yet.
That cipher. And y'all can see through the video?
No.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
No video. No video.
Like a bill.
That's a dub, man.
What up, my G? Peace, y'all. What up?
We can't see shit.
Yo, this is Jeremiah. We tapping in from Hawaii. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Said the
Glad to be in the
audio
building.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this video going.
Hold on. I see something, goddamn. Hold on, goddamn. Turn off that filter.
No video.
We see you in the filter.
They can hear me.
Background.
We outside deep though. I need y'all to see this.
It's that filter, man. Turn that goddamn thing off, man.
We see you in your back screen.
Yes.
Yeah. You ain't in space, Rich Bill. You are not in space, man. You ain't in space, man.
Check.
You ain't in space, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, we can see you. We just can't see what's in
Can you
front of
see
you.
me or can you just hear me?
We just can't see what's in front of you. We see you.
We don't see what's behind you, man. You are in space right now, brother. You are above Europe right now, brother. You are somewhere above Europe, man. Come on, man. Come on with it, man.
Now he just got his background on. He got his background on. We can see him though.
Yeah.
You
got
said
to
that
flip it
background.
down.
Yeah,
I need
man.
somebody who could.
You in space, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You in space, brother. Come on, man.
That's good. As long as I can hear, man. As long as I can hear what's going on, I'm straight.
But this is a cipher. It's a cipher.
There you go. Okay, remove the back. I got you. Let me do that.
You got to get the virtual glass
background.
ready so we can see out the glasses, man. You gotta get the ones blue guys. You gotta get the ones blue guys.
Is that what y'all see now?
Yeah, you got action now. The back. Oh,
Let me know what y'all
there you
see.
go, right there. Bam. We in now. We locked in.
Y'all, they say you good. Y'all can see something. Let me know what y'all can see.
We
If you
locked
can
in.
see
We
me,
locked
or
in.
if
You gotta
can
keep
see
us
in
still
front of
though.
me. I want y'all to see in front of me. Minister serving the building. Peace to the God. Legend. I can see nothing. Somebody said they can see nothing.
Man, we can see you. We locked. There you go. Right there.
See now?
Right there. Right there. Yep.
Can you see now?
I can see.
Let me know what y'all see. Y'all see a group of
Perfect.
people?
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's
'Cause
perfect.
I can't see anything. I could just talking.
That's perfect. Yeah, we good.
Is sharing the slideshow? No.
I can see the guy with the green pants on.
Yeah. We good now. We good. We good.
It's a clock coming through. Yo, clock coming through. Yo, y'all want to have a conversation?
I wanna all right, give me a minute, y'all.
Perfect.
I'm gonna invite you.
RG, what it is, Zoom.
I'm sending you the email or the text.
There we go, right there.
There we go. All right, so we gonna be broadcasting through Julia's camera.
Well, now that's your camera. Your camera pointed to the front.
Oh, you.
That's your camera, yeah.
See both of y'all.
Right? And it was
Thank you,
But he's the motherfucker that's picking all the shit up when he's cleaning up. They got all your information. Yeah, he might be the security guard, but he's the cameraman and seen on the shit. He got all your secrets.
Right.
You feel me? So you can't overlook any element of society. You can't. I will say that again. If you feel so confident and you're so egotistical about your position and who you think you are in life, you cannot be the one without the 99.
Right.
If you can't integrate any and all things into your being, then you're not the one. You know what I'm saying? And I'll give you a tip. This is what helped me because I come from a place that's very ego-based. And these niggas was having ego wars when I was coming through, you know what I'm saying, my ranks. And I said, in order for me not to fall into that trap, it happened during an ecstasy trip, so it's not the most conscious shit ever. And it was a triple stack, but I had half of a triple stack. But what it did for me, it catapulted me into the universe, into the cosmos, right? We already are in the universe. And I was in the void of blackness. And I looked around and there was nothing there. But as far as the eye could see, it was complete void. And then the voice said, the only thing that exists is love. And then it showed me a picture. And an asteroid came out of nowhere and hit a glass. It was a mirror. The mirror was like the size of the universe. But then the asteroid hit it and shattered it into glass. And that glass became stardust and it spread throughout the universe. And then gravitational pulls had pulled it to little planets that formed. And then the shit became an amoeba and single cell, and it made its way all the way to a person. But the thing that it showed me, it was identical in all of them processes, and then it had that shard of glass at the center of it. So the spirit said, when you encounter anybody on the planet, look for their light or their shard of glass first, because the epidermis or the skin is the last stage of evolution, and that's the fake out. And if you fall for that trick, then you lost, and you got to come back here and repeat it, right? You got to start first internally. So if you identify the light in any and all things, then you'll never look down or look over or look past or overlook anything that you encounter, because you can't be the one without the 99. With this information, you'll have a tendency to overlook even the bum on the street, nigga. That's you. That's a derogatory term that we use, but that's you. Because that shard of light don't come from that initial source. We have been diffracted and spreading so many pieces that we're led to believe in this information. All of the forces, all the pieces, all got to come back into one. Now they're spread like in trillions, having individual experiences, tricking you to think that they're separate.
You probably need to cut the camera.
Yeah,
I invited them to the hood. So right now we in the hood, and the same way that we was in Harlem swimming upstream. If you remember those videos, Shay Black, you was out there. It would, you was out there, knowledge. It would be just like this with a sea of people walking by, right? People going about their business, and they brought energies with them. So it'll be a wave of energy every day. But one of the thing about truth, and the main demonstration that anybody that got out of that is that truth.
Go. That's a good start. Go.
We out here to fight for y'all.
I got you right here. Okay.
Hey,
You gonna rap? You gonna rap? Hey, we got some flow. We got my man want some flow. On the knowledge build, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Want to go with it? Yeah, both one at one time, man. The man finna spit some balls.
I asked the family, I said, because we are on their time, we're all sharing this space. I don't want them to feel weird like anything. Smatty, you know what I mean? Like, let's dialogue. We came out here to have a cipher. If we with the people, let's talk to the people. And these y'all are our people. Everything that we do for y'all, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? So when I asked them if you know, what would y'all want to build on? The family said business. And then he said unity.
Okay.
Right. So let's have the cipher.
Well, let's get it.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I'll start with the business, right? We in 2024. We in the summer 2024. We in Atlanta, right? One of the best things going on in Atlanta right now is that this is not just Black Hollywood in name only. This is Black Hollywood in receipts as well, right? Content is king. Feel me? And any story that you got to tell, right? Just in your imagination, any story, any character, any storyline, anything, some shit you might have dreamed of, it's all a go right now. You feel me? So we got homies that got stories that need to be told that might not be able to be told, you know, so you might be the one to tell that story. But anything in terms of entertainment, this will be the play. I'm telling you something you already know.
We got people that, you know, in our community, that a cameraman that can direct stories that you have to tell. So you don't even have to have your own story. You could be a story runner. Like, damn, I get the illest stories in the hood, or I know the illest storyteller in the hood. Then you can bring that person forward. We can put them with the script writers and the camera people and make some real shit happen in real time. And what I'm just emphasizing is the value that you bring to every time. If a nigga can hook the corner, right, and make 80 racks a night, you feel me? Because there's some fucking boppers coming through buying work. There's value in that hood. That's a multi-million-dollar hood. What about the people on every day? What ideas do they have? What dreams do they have? Imagine if that hood was working together to make it pop.
Imagine
Pop is pop, no matter how you pop it. You feel me?
So can I ask you something business-wise? Have you the whole thing with like day trading, stocks? Like what have you been attracted to business-wise, you know, through like the online and everything that you've been hearing?
Day trading like that, yeah.
Right.
I heard about it.
You heard about it? Like Forex, day trading and shit like that? What part of business would you say that you were enthusiastic about? Some shit that you would get up and it wouldn't even feel like you were doing business. It would feel like
It ain't got to be what you said.
Right.
It's something different.
I do detailing right now. So,
Okay.
That's small. You feel I want something big, so I'm gonna take worldwide.
Right.
So you want to build a brand.
You was out here in 05? 2005, you was in the A? So you remember the BMF wave?
Sure.
So you remember the whole aspect of, you know, when different hoods was coming, not just different hoods, different states was coming together. Like New York niggas was rocking with Cali niggas, rocking with Detroit niggas. And everybody was just basically on one accord that everybody wanted to shine. They wanted to win, right? So when it comes to unity, right, fast forward to where we are 2024, something went wrong where that aspect kind of went out the window and it became more of, nah, I'm trying to shine on my own. I got this. I don't need nobody to be with me. I don't need no crew. I don't need no niggas to hold me down. It's this state versus that and everything, right? So one of the things that's in the way of our unity is the fact that everybody has differences. And if we always continue to point out the differences in each other, we're not going to appreciate the similarities. You dig what I'm saying? Like when it come time for us to go to Magic City, ain't nobody gonna be like, nah, son from New York, we don't fuck with New York niggas. Or, yo, you from that other side of the town. It never go like that. Everybody get in the whip and we go and we enjoy ourselves, we experience life. So unity is sometimes, or disunity, that's a figment of the imagination. It don't be real. You know what I mean? It don't be real because people come together for a purpose. So I think to answer your question, if we can identify a purpose and a goal, regardless of where we from different hoods or what we might eat differently or, we might be whatever, the goal is the fact that we need to get a fucking win as black people first. You dig what I'm saying? Because other motherfuckers is moving and they moving as a race, literally in a race.
Right.
You feel me? And they don't care about, they like, yo, he part of we running together. We won't give him up in a race to run with you. Right? Because zebras can't run with lions, because once they get to where they gotta go, they finna eat the zebra.
So earlier in there, you talked about independent, but then right before you start talking, you asked, do you want to go as individuals or collective?
Right.
Now, whatever you believe in spiritually or not, these two brothers put something together that we dropped the ball on a lot.
Right.
He said business and unity.
Right.
Nobody's talking about cooperatives. Cooperatively owning stuff as opposed to being individually owning stuff.
Right.
And the reason why we don't get the unity because we struggle with finding points of unity. So if we sat out here right now and asked about points of unity and what we're going to unify around, we're going to get many different answers.
That's right.
So until we struggle around that part, we're going to just be talking in circles.
Right.
Because right now, how we use cooperative economics is everybody got their own individual business, and you go take your dollar and you spin it around, and that's not how it works. When you collectively own something, land, and start to produce something collectively, that's when you will start making headway.
Right. Equity. Right. Equity. Similar to what I'm saying, that the formula that Meech was using is that you was the man that had the money bag, right? So we was in Space Mountain. There's Meech and about 100 of them. But everybody got $1,000. We put it in one bag. When we go to this club, because everything is appearance, right? It's a cooperative. So we put all our money in one bag. So if it's 100 of us and we got 1,000 each, when we go to the spot, it's $100,000. It's agreed upon that I'm the nigga that's gonna reach in the bag, right? It's agreed upon. Meech is the guy. He's gonna be the head figure. So the security guy, he had the bag of money. He reaching in the bag. He handing it to people. You know what I'm talking about? They made a deal with the bar before they got to the club. They already dropped off a bunch of cases. Look, we're gonna buy these bottles. We're gonna pop them. Everybody gonna buy your bar out, right? So it is about like I said, showing him the cooperative. When people started thinking individual, like I don't need my team. I'm a MVP on my own, right? The internet, the phone started really getting people on that bishop mentality when it's just about them. It's just me and my phone. I can do it alone. No, even everything is a group. Even the independent artist, it's an independent artist, but you got a team like this working with you. And because now they become your team. So the new business paradigm is La Russell, where it's like he's the artist and he got everybody as shareholders. So now you have an invested interest in the artist. So how do you cure hate? With equity. What you mean, Red? What I mean is what Garvey did. Garvey said, I'm gonna give y'all shares of the boat. If you sabotage, you sabotage yourself, right? Now you have a vested interest, not in me, you have a vested interest in something that you got equity in. So he ripped the stage yesterday, right? There's people in here that tore the stage down this whole weekend. You ripped the stage, you bodied it we got wealth around us. We have to begin to value one another and begin to invest in one another because you are living, breathing equity. Any song that you write, right? That could be the hit. We should be investing in it. We're Supreme at. Supreme, it be different, right? Supreme got the books. He got all of them books. What if he took those books and started offering shares in that product, right? Dr. Julius, he could whip a book up and whatnot. So now on these Melanin Mondays, when people coming through, you're not just coming through to hear somebody talk, you coming through to receive a piece of the pie. You feel me? What can you do with it now? My hands is clean.
We done put the power in the hands of the people. You know what I'm saying? That's the business model that we got to start moving with. That's the shit that's going to cure a lot of things. Because if you think that you're going to blow up around a bunch of people and they not blowing with you, it's too many obstacles. There's too many traps that have been set already.
Best investment is your brother.
Yeah.
So
that would be my answer to you. Your best investment is the people around you. Turn your people into the stars that they are. Don't wait on nobody. Fuck a record deal. Don't let nobody put you in debt. Don't let nobody trick you with no contracts and own you. You get what I'm saying? Deal with your people, bro.
An example of that is, I think some of y'all is living what they call susu. The susu practices, right? And what that is in simple terms, right? I might have $100. I just have $100 in himself. He has $100. Right. He got $100 by himself. This person has $100, right? If 10 of us have $100 to put all together, how much do you get? The band, correct. Right? So with a susu, the concept of a susu is like, all right, I got 100. Everybody put 100 together, right? All their hundreds on the table. In 1 month or 1 week, one person in that group is going to get that band, right? So this week is going to be my turn. The next week is going to be his turn. The next week is her turn.
That's how the Asians stay
so
rich.
on and so forth. And you can use that band to do whatever.
That's how the Asians been doing.
Instead of just me. I just really got $100.
Can't do
Greedy, goddamn.
That's right.
Places, all that shit. They come to this country with that money.
Working as a collective.
And they got the backs.
And
they got their bank.
You
know what I mean? So you got your tribe, you be the master party.
Just to add on to that, the good thing about it is now you got technology that can help us in that type of situation.
Right,
so y'all heard of a thing they call blockchain.
Right.
Blockchain technology. It's a technology behind what they call cryptocurrency.
Right.
But it's a system. It's an open ledger. Open ledger.
Right. Can't hide shit.
Can't hide it.
Got smart contract.
Smart contract. That's
Right.
gonna do it automatically.
Bring the trust economy back. Yeah, then bring trust back.
So I think that right there is probably gonna be the game changer right there.
We got bars, right? We gotta get back to the reflection. Let's close it out with the bars. You know what I mean? Let's bless it with this this sound word power. Right.
And the views of lengths, then the passion cranking past the limit. Some say the sky is that, the shaman mouths is infinite, came from Kemet, the origin man, them cracked spirits. Spit some holy verses that turn flesh into spirits. Verbal shamanism, inking a lot of wisdom. Niggas wishing on my death like Cosmo with Wanda with them. Lyrics be Sandy Hook. Hotel Rwanda with them. They putting on the show, but they don't want the drama with them. Rappers acting like it won't commence the bit smacking, whether private or public, or lights, camera, action. Hard times it has been. Turn your favorite to a has been. Your imagination couldn't start to fathom the squad and financial backing. From the stat in my fashion, suede and satin, my queen is Latin. I'm laughing at you acting. My reaction is spazzing with rapping the language of Jay's Dragon.
Get it.
I said, lately I've been Holy Ghost with the pen. You a holy waters nigga and it's brown to swim. Only like my mommy Trulas with a browner skin. Action trying to manifest the God within. Crackers trying to tell me that a nigga born in sin. What? I don't deal with that. My nigga Red Pill told you dealing facts. Misguided niggas only dealing traps. Gotta free your mind. I said free your mind. Even the blind man can see these signs. Even the deaf man can hear these cries. Ancestors told me to seize these times. Plus they told me never trust no swine. Ancestors told me to seize these times. Plus they told me play no deaf, no blind. Must I remind half the war is sublime. Jedi powers in the seat of my spine. Metal nether, metamorph when I rhyme. Diamond findings in the rough when I mine. Melanin is in the stars while we shine. I'm serious. Be hard to find. Virgo, baby, I was born in the 9. You can't doubt my style. I'm too hard to define.
Let's
go, y'all. Come on, let's go. We're gonna wrap this up in here.
Yeah, man, that way. That way, man. That way. We on the block right here in the heart of the West. The heart of Atlanta, man. We're in the heart of Atlanta, man. It's the historical West End, man.
Revitalizing it with this energy, this higher infinite power, you know?
Yes, yes. A reclamation. That's what
Matter
we're on.
of fact,
Yeah.
rich energy. Yeah, you see what's going on. Black and vegan, let's get it. Black owned. Let's get it.
Hi guys.
That's true.
Peace.
Give me your IG.
Celestial.adornments, or you can find me at celestialadornments.com.
Goddess energy. Real goddess. Yeah. Holistic transition. Smooth like a transmission. Yeah. CMOS toothpaste. Plant-based. Yeah. 100% plant-based. YG Urban Cafe. Let's get it. What's your name? Spoon. Oh, yeah, I got you. Camera face.
All right, family, we're gonna get back to the lecture, okay? Yeah, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Man, they need you to come out of like that.
Yeah. Peace, y'all.
I know what I'm dealing with.
Peace, family.
We from the element, you know what I'm saying? So it's
Peace,
like-
family. Peace, 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 peace. I would ask everybody, could they move closer as we wrap this up? I want y'all to move closer to the speakers. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you, everybody, for being participants in that historic cipher that we just did.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, 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 Jimmy Sosa.
Yeah.
You know, we feel like that's a formula that we can take all around the city, you know what I'm saying? And then we could go state to state with that. Wherever our family is at, that we encounter our family, how we can't communicate and have a conversation with our family. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is in you that creates a barrier between you and your people? Again, like I said, understanding the whole aspect of what that spark of light represents, that we should identify all people as primarily, you can collapse all waves and knock down all walls, right? So the walking meditation that I'll call it the Christ Challenge, and I got a 12-minute video of me doing this in Miami to show y'all. It was in January 2022, I believe. And I went through the whole of Miami utilizing this technique called the Christ Challenge, where I identify people's light in their heart and in their pineal, because at this time, Miami was just being overrun by Cuban racism. And if I responded to it, I felt like I was gonna fall into the dragnet and lose my freedom, and I was down there to do something. They were standing in my way, and they were just violating them people in every way imaginable, and it was based on them undignifying their existence based on their skin tone. The Cubans was just disrespectful with it. So rather than me responding aggressively, because I started telling, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, you gotta boss up on these people. That's the only thing they're gonna respect. But I'm like, this is gonna get me into a fight. You feel me? I said, let me use love instead. Let me approach it with the technique that I was taught when I had this
transcendental Kundalini experience in 2000 when I took a half of a triple stack. Good ecstasy. I don't recommend it. Don't try this at home. But yeah, it showed me to identify people by speaking, by sending a light from the pineal to their pineal and sending a light from my heart to their heart, and then telepathically communicate with them to acknowledge their existence on some namaste shit, like I see the God in you. And I'm not responsible for how they respond to me. As long as I, you know what I'm saying, get that out of my way and my system, because I can't be the one without the 99. And, you know, like 8 out of 10 times is a positive response. And you kind of like defang them from the spiritual realm by doing it telepathically first. And then you see that they respond to you different. So I was already, I defanged the Cubans or like quick. That was nothing. It was all the other people that we have fake apprehensions about that I had to overcome. And when I spoke to them in the spirit and the language of light, then I was able to absorb them into the one. And they no longer was an intimidating factor. And I was no longer intimidating to them because, you know what I'm saying? We all one.
Right, love.
And we could go around the whole community and the whole world doing this, you know, with the homies, because those are our children, those are our brothers and sisters. I mean, who are they but us?
Right.
So how do we allow some fake wall to be built between us and the hood or us and the people? Because you think we got some information that they don't?
Right.
That part. So yes, this is Act 2, the continuation to this conversation that we have initiated,
Called the Cat Williams effect. You dig?
And that was the Cat Williams effect, by the way.
And that was the Cat Williams effect that we just experienced in real time. So
Kendrick officially won. You know, I don't want anyone to be confused as to what took place. The shift is in the numbers. The W is in the quote unquote records that were broken. There was a complete washing, right? Thorough.
And complete.
This wasn't, yeah, this was a dirty 30. Not a gentleman's 30. This was a dirty 30. This was the, you know, this was the, you know, the 100, you know, the Kung Fu flick when they hit you and you got 100 steps and then it's game over after. Ooh. Yeah, that was that.
Look,
finish him.
This was a Mike Tyson knockout.
This was a Mike Tyson.
Not the joint that's not gonna happen in a few days, but this was the 90s Mike Tyson knockout. You feel me? 90 seconds in the ring, and it's like this was Larry Holmes. No, remember Michael Spinks when he folded him at 90 seconds? And y'all swore that Michael Spinks, this gonna be the one. And he folded him. That's what this was.
Right.
Right? And let's make no mistake that even when I was preferencing at the beginning of the battle, I was explaining to people, yo, this is gonna be something, because I coined a frame called the Black Christos Mythos back in February, when I coined February the Black Myth Story Month. And why did I say it was a myth story month? Because we need a mythos. There's no people who don't have a mythos. And the mythos is the thing can unify all of our quote unquote cultural differences. Because we come from all of these different variants and different schools that need to be respected. Because if it offered our people safe passages to get to where they need to be now, I gotta respect it. Like when I see, we in the South, I can't disrespect Christianity in front of Big Mama and them or Nana and them. I have to figure out a better way to say, yo, what you gonna tell her that you know something that she don't? And she's the praying warrior in your family? And she did the heavy lifting? So you can, you know what I'm saying, walk your way up and down the block and choose to cross the street if you want to? She had to do the heavy lifting. So we gotta at least respect the sacrifice that was done to figure it out. And what I'm saying is that he's identifying himself with the messianic forces of a mythological Christos or a Black Christos, right? Us, not them. It gotta look like this. It can't look like homie. You feel me?
who's not even respectful of the creed that he utilizes for his shield and armor. He's not a practicing Jew. So a spiritual war is taking place in real life, not in the rap world, but in real life, right? They say that there's war with higher principalities. So there was a frequency war that has been taking place so long that to the point that we've been numbed out by it and we just accept it as normal, but it's not. The assaults that you're hearing from the radio when you're in the car with your little ones and whatnot, the egregious acts that you're hearing coming out of these goddamn car stereos and whatnot, the stuff that you're hearing in the club, that is not feeding a part of you that needs to be fed. Henceforth, why so many people are complaining about being deprived, being malnourished, being without, because there's a part of you that's not even being fed, yo. We come up from, we were listening to soul music and music that was 70s babies. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure if you can relate. Facts. Like, yeah, we come from a time where hip hop was introduced to us. Some people will come from a time where you was literally born into hip hop. Right. There was nothing before that for you. It was just hip hop. We don't come from that.
We remember.
We remember the times. And for those who were not born without an option, I'm here to let you know the power of the option, right? So we're left and we're right. We're able to go 0 and 1. Some people just won and whatever else new that they bring out. So you're susceptible to anything that they give out here to program you, anything new that they're saying that's attached to some shit that we're letting you know now that we woke up. Because we was sleeping for a minute and whatnot. Now that we woke up, we like, hold on. That shit manufactured, fam. That's processed. It's not higher infinite power healing our people, because theoretically speaking, if you didn't hear them summon that at Yankee Stadium, at Hot 97, if they didn't summon that acronym that I just said,
it's powerful.
They wasn't talking about hip hop.
How you gonna leave that out?
How you gonna leave that out? That's the most important part.
That's the mantra.
You're supposed to, that's the mantra.
That's how you activate it.
That's how you activate it. So they were talking about Hip Hop Inc., a collective of good-looking Negroes who are contracted to billion-dollar companies, and about 90% of them are still in debt. No dental insurance, no health insurance, no life insurance, no death insurance, no real assets to actually brag about. No equity, bro. So these companies have been sold, they folded and all kind of stuff. And these artists who built these companies, Larry Cohen had the caucasity to say that Redman saved Def Jam.
Redman.
Redman.
You know how long ago that was?
That was a minute ago.
But
man.
you know how pivotal that was?
Yeah.
He from Jersey. He could tell you.
Yeah,
right.
right.
He ain't lie. That was a slap.
And
So,
DMX. These the diamonds in the rough, right?
Yeah.
These the babies, once again, that we overlooking that's hanging out on the side of buildings. They got $1 billion tongue. You feel me? These are diamonds in the rough that we overlooking. These are people that we stepping over. You feel me? Lyle Cohen is able to see, oh, y'all got diamonds in the hood that you overlooking and overstepping, unrefined. Let me come in there and buy into it on the dime.
Polish them.
Polish them. You feel me? And do exactly what he said on Breakfast Club. I gotta feed my family. Right. And what type of appetite your family got after 40 years of feasting? Right. And
on Black Diamonds.
Right. And that's the same thing that they doing in the Congo.
Getting them Black Diamonds.
They getting them unpolished stones, and they say, I can do something with that. Y'all don't know what y'all got.
Y'all walking over that? Y'all kicking that?
That's what the Oppenheimers and the De Beers did, and they all the same people. Going back to what I was saying and what Ye was trying to put you on to. These all the same tribe. So they pillaging South Africa. They pillaging the continent. they pillaging the Congo, they pillaging South America and Haiti, the Caribbean, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, US. How is it wherever you see the Holy See, you got the one-eyed man, the blind ruling the land, right? Wherever the Holy See is at, the people is blind. Okay? They selling their daughters, they selling their sons to tourism, right? Wherever they have the church in the center court, where they conquered in the name during what they call the doctrine of discovery. That's a whole nother story. But then again, it's not, because what we're seeing take place in hip hop has to happen in order for the frequency to rise up. And the frequency manifests itself in the human beings like us, right? Super sapiens and whatnot. But it also manifests a miracle.
Right. But the reason that we can't overlook the doctrine of discovery is that the reason that the West was formulated itself, they say, how was the West won? Or even when they taught us in school that Columbus discovered America, they were speaking about the doctrine of discovery, which was a document, the first piece of international law, which produced on May 4, 1493 by Pope Alexander VI, who was the father of Caesar Borgia, who is the prototype picture of Jesus that Michelangelo, his boyfriend, drew, right? So his father was the person that issued the document that told the conquistadors, when you encounter indigenous peoples, who they call Saracens and heathens, because they was continuing the crusades, those were names for Moors. So they were still hunting Moors in the Western world. And they said, wherever you encounter indigenous people, if they don't accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, you have the authority based on a pope to slime them, take their land and slime them out, repossess their land, right, in the name of the church. But how insidious would that be if they just found the Western Hemisphere? How would they know that your son was Jesus, nigga?
Right. Don't even make sense.
It don't even make sense. So it's a setup, and it's still the only piece of documentation that still serves as the battery of white supremacy that we can collectively challenge, because every other indigenous community around the planet knows that if you get them to denounce and remove the doctrine of discovery, then we all get repair, redress, reparations, and a return to our natural state under what's called the UNDRIP, or the United Nations Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People, which gives us now the authority to do what you see them doing in the International Criminal Court against Is It Real?
Right.
So these are our allocated powers. If we would just understand, me and this man did a lecture on February 13th. But yeah, that was the 44th day of 2023. In 44 days, and I ended the lecture by saying the only thing that could come out, it was called Winning Rome 3. And I gave the Vatican the business because we got a personal beef. That's a whole other situation that, you know, Pope Pablo will talk about. But when I finished my trouncing of them by showing and proving with no undoubtable iota what they was engaged in, I said the only thing that would be reputable is if they denounced the doctrine of discovery. And 44 days after that, the Pope made the most unprecedented move in history and renounced the doctrine of discovery. We didn't get no, you know, adulation, and nobody came back and said, God damn, that was another pillar prophecy. But the Vatican immediately came out and said, oh, the Pope did that on his own. He's apologizing personally and not for the church. They broke, you know what I'm saying? They broke protocol with him, and he's like, yo, he didn't say that on the behalf of the church. He's just talking for himself. You feel me? So the doctrine of discovery is so important, because when we're speaking about this aspect of this messianic force with the Christos, right? And the fact that, you know, the J.L. Cahuba said, by any means, that COINTELPRO was about the Black Messiah, the hunt for the Black Messiah. My concept of what I spoke about with the Black Christos mythos in February is that we have to return, if y'all gonna do Christianity, you gotta have a Black Christ. If you do that in the church, revolutionize just the imagery of Christ, or make them answer to you why you can't see yourself in the image of your God
That within itself is revolutionary, especially in the South. Now, right?
But look, yes.
But look, you did that in February, and if my memory serves me correct, Vladimir Putin came out with the hidden icons, and it was the Black Christ. So there you go.
That was what day? That was March.
That was
322.
322. That was 322. He did that on 322.
Yes.
So there you have it. You know, speak it and it shall be. We have to reiterate the power of the word. Don't ever let nobody play with you in your face and be like, you talk too much. Keep talking. You know what I mean? Because they don't understand, right? How do rappers become trillionaires? By talking over beats, right? Your talk could be a BMI check. Your talk could be abs cap. Anything that you talk on the internet. That's why I'm doing as much content as I can do. All of this is BMI. All of this is publishing. All of this is gonna feed my children, bro. All of this. Yeah, this is talk. Like, look, my conversation is timestamped through metadata. So things that me and this man was saying in 2009 is worth gold right now. That's why they say data is gold.
Because I remember when they ridiculed us and said, y'all was on the internet all day, right? And we were super ridiculed for making content. And now one of the #1 jobs or aspirational jobs in this country is for children who want to be content creators. And people have made multi-millions from it. We were super ridiculed. I had my YouTube January 1st, 2007, right? So we have been feeding and making content and creating, you feel me? And leading the way and showing people the viable means of which, because what did they say? They said content is king.
Content is king.
And this summer, we will be working with the good brother Julius and right in here, and we'll be doing workshops, summer workshops, where we'll be teaching your children how to edit videos, how to create content, have a course that is called Kid Journey, right? And we're teaching children how to master Mid-Journey. So this is going down in the summer. We have, Nia, do we have a date? Right, so make sure everybody's information is gotten by us, because we're gonna let you know what's happening.
And we got a streaming network.
And we have a streaming network. We have a lot to talk about. That's why we're here tonight. We want to do this every Monday. We're doing this for you, right? When I leave my house, my son tells me don't leave, and I don't be wanting to leave. So when I come out my house, it's a special appearance. I don't have time like that. So if I'm coming here, I want to come here to a packed room so we can have these bills and we can make magic happen, because we ain't up there playing no games. You feel me? So real quick, who's from Philadelphia? Let's start there. Yeah, your man Meek Mill. You gotta have to ask for that. So here we got Meek Mill in a matching suit with P. Diddy. I'm talking about, Paul. Yeah, and yeah, that part. So what had happened was he got exposed in 2024. He might have been one of the biggest pillars to fall, because you already knew that Diddy was falling, right? And you kind of figured out that Drake was kind of out of here, but you would not have won no bingo questions if you would have said that motherfucker Meek Mill was gonna be outed as P. Diddy's boy toy. I just didn't see that one coming. You know what I'm talking about? I thought Drake cleaned up everything that needed to be cleaned up in his dirty closet, but I guess it was more laundry. And there's tapes and whatnot. And I'm traumatized. But yeah, Meek Mill caught the Cat Williams effect and whatnot, because Cat Williams said everything would be exposed, right? So when he got outed, right, and Meek Mill is an archetype to what we would call the studio gangster, or what we would call the homoerotic thug, right? The niggas that are super hard, the ones that are, you know, he the hyper masculine, right? Who Meek Mill represented, the hyper masculine, you know, like, yeah. Let's read his tweets. He said, when I got a girl around me, I'm effing her twice a day, right? This is coming from a heterosexual man, guys. I'm effing her twice a day. LOL. Ask some of your favorites. Yeah. The Punani, it doesn't control me, but it's like a high. One love to the gay people. He put one love in there for the roster. One love to the gay people, but that juicy thing, it does it for me. I done ran red lights to get that feeling. Y'all weird on here, like devils, LOL. So yeah, he's gone. This nigga, and he needs some ayahuasca. Some penis envy pause. And, you know, some wine, because he got to relax. Like Meek Mill, you know, but it's something interesting that you discover, that there's been an energy and a frequency that has been locking in onto the minds of the impressionable youth, but that energy is fragmented and fractured, right? So all of that, are we on it? What's the Meek Mill intro? I remember times like this, I rhyme like this.
Right.
Yeah. So now you can't listen to the music the same way. Somebody put some Diddy on the other day at the block party. I was like this shit was garlic. Like I'm running, no, turn that off.
But again, as a psychoanalysis of the prototype that he represents, hypermasculinity translates into hyperviolence. So the people with the most bodies, right? Think about it. When they go to jail, they the top of the nigga kingdom, right? They sit at the top. And those are the people that more than likely are the ones that are targeting, quote unquote, people that are, you know, on that lower pyramid of a social hierarchy. So it deals with a dominant hierarchy. And all of this is translated from an expression of our interaction with Christendom. We have never interfaced with Christianity. Christianity is based on compassion. They did away with Christianity in the 300 ADs. When Constantinople got Christianity, he turned it into Christendom, which was a military tactic for conquest because he was an emperor. So the only way that we have interface with Christianity is through Christendom, which is based on domination and not dominion. Dominion is based on compassion. So we've only been exposed to domination. So when we say that these young men have been vessels that express that particular energy, right? It is the energy that they're refracting based on their interaction with Christendom. So it's all based on domination. They have been dominated and they are now out here dominating in the name of quote unquote, you know, that particular demon that still runs through that Romanistic energy.
Right.
You feel me? And that's what niggerism, unfortunately, has become a cult of that because they created a nigga in the wilderness of North America. It is a melanated body with an anglicized mind. And you would notice that the majority of the people that are sitting at nigga kingdom came through Christian institutions or Christendom institutions. Puff and Big is graduates of Catholic school.
Right.
Meek Mill is the only nigga in Philadelphia that's not a Muslim.
Right.
And to point out what the fragmented energy does, where's the new murder capital on the East Coast? Philadelphia. Because their emperor has no clothes. Once again, going back to the power of the artists and how they hold sway over the energy of their city. When Drake started that fake tough guy shit and all of that, you know, Fugazi gangster, now Toronto is what?
Crime wave running
It's a crime wave in Toronto. Bodies are dropping. The emperor has no clothes. Even in Atlanta, y'all have false messiahs on that throne and the bodies started dropping. You got a few of them, right? So when that fragmented energy, when that Omar energy, when that homoerotic, that hyper masculine, that hate that you gave little infant energy is on the throne, the Game of Thrones, when it's sitting on the throne, y'all in trouble. You could get nothing out of that. So they got to be removed and whatnot. So yeah, that's what you're seeing. Now, keep in mind, when we're talking about that energy, right? keep in mind when we're referring to the quote unquote, the dominant energy, right? This right here is a scene. This is a picture. This is a very rare picture. This is Diddy, Jay-Z, and Puffy on stage together. Is that Ja Rule? No, that's Ye. And Ye. Yeah, you got 50, Ye, Puffy, and Jay on the same stage. I think that never happened after that. That's when Fifth jumped on the stage, right? He was like, I need to be a part of this, right? This shit gonna be good on Google in the future when I'm cooking Diddy, right? So these are the kings of New York right here, right?
Post BIG.
Post BIG. And you could even throw Ye in there because the sway that he had on New York, East Coast sound. I mean, he's typically a New York rapper. That's where he popped at, right? Culture-wise, I'm talking culture-wise, lifestyle. So these three right here.
By way of fashion.
Right, by way of fashion. These men had a profound impact on the culture in the last quote unquote 30 years. Not 10 years, 30 years, starting from 94. The beginning of the bad boy run. By show of hands, how many people was outside for the bad boy run? Right? How many people was outside when the shift took place, when the quote unquote club scene took over? We used to go to clubs like that, but not like this. This shit was different. The tunnel era and the shiny suit bad boy era and what he brought with Big Mac. Remember the Big Mac promo? With Mac, yeah, it was the single. It was Craig Mack. And Craig Mack was hitting before Big with Flavor in Your Ear, right? Craig Mack was that dude.
Craig Mack brought Big in.
He brought him in, and Big's takeover was the Flavor in Your Ear remix.
Right.
And from there, he started doing the remixes on that R&B shit, the Total, and Out of Here, right? So Puffy, before Jay and before 50, is the architect, because you can't point out somebody who's relevant right now who put this whole shit together but him. Don't talk to me about Baby. Don't talk to me about Master P. Respectfully, they were not on the scene. So what we do in our investigative reports, or what we do when we break things down, we take you to the quote unquote primal source. We're not going to give credit to somebody who came after, who didn't set it up. This man set this new piece. He set the paradigm that you're in right now. He set it up, not him by himself. He had the hit squad, the hitmen. Stevie J. Paul. Hey, man.
And also man, gotta add on the lineage of Andre and Russell and Quincy Jones.
Andre Harrell, right? Who gets brought in by this is the person, this is the one, the middleman who nobody wants to talk about is Clive Davis. The same way that when I talk about anybody that's melanated, that's on some fuck shit, there is always somebody behind them. The man behind Jay-Z was Harvey Weinstein, right? The man, who? John C. Malone. The man behind 50 is Jimmy Iovine and that whole Interscope type of thing, but it's also whoever's behind Eminem. Paul Rosenberg, and you know what that ties into, but behind Jay-Z is Liar Cohen, the tall Israeli that Mos Def was talking about, the Mossad agent, right? Whose father is a banker, and he came into hip hop as a roadie, and a few years later, he was selling Def Jam. Anyway, these are the Trinity. These are the ones who are helping to, these are the new Boule, because whoever put them in position, put them at the gate, and said that no talent could pass and come up the elevator, see us until they pass through you. Most importantly, Diddy. So the Diddy parties, not the parties in the city, not the parties at Visions, not that shit with Alex and them. The all-white parties and the after parties of those parties, right?
That part.
That's when they was out there. You know how gang members got to get jumped in? Initiation. Guess what the women got to do to get initiated into the boys club, right? Guess what you got to get initiated into to get into these gangs? Right? You got to get jumped in by Kimbo slicing them. So fast forward to 2024, this has become a rivalry for the ages. Like, I don't think too many people had on their bingo cards P. Diddy versus Puff. Right? And Puff giving this nigga the Ja Rule treatment. Because he's literally here to end his career, bro. Like, his whole purpose have shifted to make sure your man walks the plank. And he's doing it so masterfully, you got to give him credit. He never cursed. He didn't get loud with that man one time. He didn't give you the 50 that you thought you was going to get. He killed that nigga with paper and with tweets, and he memed him to death. You feel me? But whatever that man did to the mother of his child, that's where it's coming from. Because you talk to the mother of your child. You might not be with her, but you got to console her when she crying. She gonna let you know, and it don't matter if she tells you something. When you see her character and everything change, then you know that the person that was responsible for that becomes public enemy number one if you're a real man. You know what I mean? You destroyed the mother of the child. So that's why he's going, and I stand out of the way of that. I'm minding my business. That's just something to observe. Once again, a lesson to learn. When this nigga takes his L, that's a lesson. You can't move like that.
I mean, he worked with Diddy early in his career too.
Did he?
Before he got shot. And everything like that, he broke with him. All that, and after he got shot, Diddy didn't want to work with him. That goes back all the way to that as well.
Damn, I didn't. Wow.
Yeah. Track masters.
Track masters.
Yeah, track masters have plugged him in.
So we got the downfall of Diddy on Tubi. Who saw that? Who saw that? Anybody? You seen it? Right? So this is the proverbial vultures on the carcass. This is what you're seeing. Right. The industry, media has a two-way, it's two-pronged. It could be weaponized, right? And it could be used for entertainment. Whoever put the hit out on Diddy has enough money to weaponize the media, and they put out a hit job on him, right? Rumor has it, it's those billionaires at that spirit company, right? Where the CEO just died of an ulcer. And they said in his will, his last dying words was, bury this nigga. Make sure you use my money to take him all the way out. So he got in bed with a billion dollar company. There's more power, they got more money than him. He pulled the race card when he knew that those people had all of the dirt on him. Remember, if me and Blue are contracted to $1 billion company, my lawyer has to talk to their lawyer anytime something happens with us. If somebody, even if there's a rumor, the lawyers talk. So whatever company has $1 billion policy on you, they know everything about you with your dirt. So how you gonna pull the race card on a company that probably got you out of mad lawsuits through your whole time that your ass was drunk on Ciroc? This is a spirit company, right? And this dude got a bad spirit. So you know that this company was responsible for bailing him out on multiple occasions.
Right.
That money ran out. Whatever check was holding that tape, whoever got the bread paid probably triple that amount. And they let that shit go. So sometimes we tell on ourselves. Who remembers Monster Ball? How soon we forget, right? Key point, this came out in 01 when the towers fell, by the way, right? This is a 01 production. That's Heath Ledger next to him, okay? Wow. And that's Billy Bob Thornton flanking him on the other side. In this movie, his son, a fat boy, got killed by a car. And then he went on death row and got cooked And then his lady got turned out by a white supremacist. Monsters Ball. And if anybody knows the history of ball, BAAL, you know they playing with words. Cause why the hell are you naming it a monsters ball? The only monster in this bitch was Billy Bob Thornton. Right? So this is the director of the film, Lee Daniels, and look how he is with his co-star or his supporting cast, Sean Combs. What director do you know is on top of his quote unquote talent like that? Right? Lee Daniels is the same person that Dame Dash was about to 86. Yeah, he's gonna let him have it. Lee Daniels is the director behind Empire. They had Terrence Howard as Lucius, who is really Lucian in the industry. He had him as Lucius, huh? And Puff as well.
That's the
right. That's the prototype of what they modeled it behind.
Did anybody see Idol? That The Weeknd did? Huh? Was that not the whole story of Cassie? Yeah. To the T?
Right. So,
and then you find out that Weeknd's cousin is the girl that was Ethiopia that was working with Diddy. So he was getting all the information and putting it in the HBO series that they say was the worst series ever. Why would they say that?
Right, because it was exposed and they paid somebody to write that. So now, if you know, if things could get any fucking worse, now, and Blue Pill called this, right? He specifically hit it on the head in 2023. He said Biggie's gonna come back, and we're gonna learn more about this quote unquote unsolved case, and we're gonna learn that this man's hands was definitely involved in the quote unquote untimely demise of one of the greatest MCs. But not just that, not just that, because I'm minimizing the impact. He killed hip hop, bro. If this nigga's hands is responsible for Pac and Biggie, bro, he killed hip hop. And he gave birth to shit hop and everything else, deaf culture, whatever came after that. But he single-handedly killed hip hop.
And if he killed Pac, he killed the revolution.
That's right.
Right?
And what's the cost of that?
So the cub of a panther, who in his blood embodies that last aspect of what the revolution consists of, it was a three-pronged effect of how we could say that Puffy contributed with the killing of consciousness in the music and why it's making such a return now that he is removed, showing you evidence that he was the gatekeeper that was holding it back the whole time. Right? He brought in the artist to introduce Party and Bullshit, which was a direct parallel or slap in the face of the last poets who made that anthem about party and bullshit, about niggas specifically doing the same thing that Big came and did. Right? They parodied it. So he parodied Party and Bullshit and made it an anthem. You know what I'm saying? And then he shut down Wu-Tang. I was at the Summer Jam. And then the other day, Method Man, yesterday or today, Method Man comes out and says, I ain't doing Summer Jam no more. No, Summer Jam was over for Wu-Tang in 1995 when Diddy got on stage and they was on stage and they was at the same Summer Jam and they took a shot at Diddy. Right. They was dancing. Diddy and them was dancing. They was doing the dance and shit. And then Ghostface and them came out and said some slick shit about, oh, y'all came here to see niggas dancing. He said some sideways shit. And then Puff went to Hot 97 and said, if you don't sanction them niggas and shut them down, I'm pulling all of my records off of Hot 97. And guess what? They didn't play Wu-Tang again on Hot 97 for at least 20 years. Right. So, right? And then if you turn around and had anything to do with the killing of Pac, that's a three-pronged effect of how he effectively had a hand in literally killing the revolution and the revolutionary spirit in the music, which translates to the revolutionary spirit in our people. Right. You feel me? Because music is the medium.
So there's an article out in Rolling Stones, a 6-month investigation where they're exposing his hand in this quote unquote conspiracy. Now, what they called him out on and what they're proving in this quote unquote article or this hit job was this cover right here, right? Where he was rebranding himself as the new king of hip hop, Rolling Stone was like, yo, we came to this nigga and was like, we want to put Big on the cover because this is right after Biggie got murdered. And he did what?
He still had an album out.
And he still had an album out, right?
It was trending.
And it was trending as well. This Negro right here said, nah, put me on the cover. I'm alive and he's dead.
Right.
Rolling Stones outed him about that. So this is the cover right here. Yeah. This is, remember, his rebranding was about Big's death. His rebranding was Missing You. His rebranding was getting a tattoo and all of the fake shit. But they said the negotiations behind the scenes to be on the fucking cover, he was like, you cannot put him on the cover. I must be on the cover. I'm the star. It's about me now. And it's been like that ever since, to the point where Valletta Wallace, who is Biggie's mother, said when she sees him, she's gonna smack the shit out of him, right? So she knows something that we know, right? That this whole time, the way that he handled her and the way that he carried her and the way that he has treated her, the way that he lied in her face, she's ready. Before she leaves this planet, she's gonna let this man know that she knows that he has something to do with the untimely demise of her baby boy, Chris.
Right. And that was my specific, my prophecy or my prediction that I did in 2023. I said that this would be the year that Valletta gets justice in particular, not just that they're gonna find out what happened to Big. I said it was for his mama. For his mama. Like, if you've never seen a documentary with Valletta or what have you, like, I would definitely recommend that you check out, you know, he got a different type of mama. You know what I'm saying? She really deserves justice for her son. She really held on, and, you know, their relationship was one of those classical love stories of the times. The way that he loved on his mama, you know what I'm saying? She didn't even know about a B.I.G. She only know about Christopher Wallace. Right. They got a Netflix documentary where she explains the two different Chris's, you know? But what you will see, and also that we have to point out that I speak about the fact that not only was Big and Puff graduates of Catholic school, right? Boys that may have been compromised maybe at that stage of their lives, but they both were responsible for introducing the Jesus piece. And the Jesus piece as an iconographical piece of jewelry plunged us deeper into the hypnosis of a white Jesus. Right. You know what I'm saying? Not only did he remove the energy of the five-pointed energy of the nation of God's earth by shutting down Wu-Tang from New York airwaves, because we ain't had an internet. If you get shut down on New York radio, it's a wrap. Yeah, can't find you. You can't find you. Ain't no out the trunks and underground circuitry in New York. If you go from nigga being the top acts ever to not being heard, they totally undercut and undermine their entire existence and their progression forward and their movement because Puff made a call because he felt violated because they said something on stage about him. Ego shit, right? Dancing, and he damn sure was dancing.
So once again, going back to what the Cat Williams effect represents in terms of lessons that we are learning, we're talking about the K's and whatnot. So this next K is Kyrie Irving, right? And this is a lesson for everybody to learn about being resilient, standing on business, and don't allowing anybody to sway you because of your decisions, especially if you know that those are anchored in truth, right? This man right here is a champion. He is a hero. He's to be supported by us. He is to be held up wherever he is seen, right? This is a stand-up athlete. He will go down in history as an icon because of what he stood for. Forget about the now. He's for the future, right? There's children that are growing up, and it don't hurt that he has a supernatural talent. Right. So there's little ones right now with the Kyrie handle going crazy and whatnot, but they respect his mind state. So Blue was telling me that when you hear these Europeans covering the games, what they call a correspondence, right? They have to swallow their pride because they literally have to be on national television giving hail and praise to this man, to Kyrie, when they were just crucifying him. Remember this? They said you can have a Mavericks, right? They try to get rid of him out of New York. Now look at the goddamn Nets, right? And he was standing on no vaccinations, and he was also standing on the fact that he was a Hebrew Israelite, and he identified with his indigenous aboriginal quote unquote existence and whatnot.
Melanated messianic.
Melanated messianic forces. And the sneakers is fire. Let's start with that. The sneakers, he's tapped. Look at that. Huh? Look at that.
Got some, yeah, them joints the classic.
Yeah. The moccasins is fire. Moccasins is fire. Then he got these new ones called Playoff Energy. Shit is killing Nike, yo.
Yeah.
Killing Nike. So they dropped him and picked up Ja Morant. You know what I'm talking about? You got to ask him, how's that working out for you? Right? Everybody flopping. Right? He got Luka looking crazy in these streets. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But he's showing you as well for all of the hypocrites and the people who try to paint him because a man has the audacity to try to find out about himself that somehow, some way that he don't like white people all of a sudden. What that got to do with that?
Insecurity.
That's an insecurity. How the hell, if me finding out about that my people was from America and I'm from, why that gotta be that I got a problem with somebody that don't look? No, that's gonna make me even closer. I'm the big homie. Come on, you good with me. That's how society will have us completely effed up. Like if we love ourselves, the more we love ourselves, the more somebody is feeling a problem or a way about that. I will never understand that. Because if I see some Chinese people loving on each other,
Tapping into
like
their culture.
yeah, I'm like, listen.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Like namaste. All day. We are lovable people. We don't carry hate in our heart. You know what I mean? That's only for the ones who came what they despise the most. We are a compassionate people. And I was taught by a very wise person that hate only exists when compassion has been removed, right? So wherever compassion is in the room, love exists. You know what I mean? And there's nobody that I've met on this planet that's more compassionate than melanated women. First, and then their sons, right?
That's right. Shout out to them. So even that aspect that I was speaking about with Christianity, you know, and they might introduce us to Christendom, but none of them made Christianity real through compassion. The only time that we ever seen Christianity through a lens of compassion was through Big Mama and them. You feel me? They showed these motherfuckers how to do that. So we at least owe it enough to them just to not totally throw that away, just to be respectful enough of the fact that they can alchemize that thing and show them people what they think is supposed to look like and then hand it back to them. Right. But we got to put that melanated face to that Christos. Right.
Yeah, so, you know, the Kyrie story is writing itself. I want him to go all the way and get the W, you know. Yeah, it's only right.
Jaylen Brown is crazy though.
Nah, Jaylen is crazy. Jaylen Brown is also tapped in.
Yo, he's
brilliant, right? So these are both masters, and both of them are tapped into not one degree of separation. We all tapped in.
Yeah, it's
from
like
Jaylen. Jaylen is with KT. He's on his supplements. He's tapped in. Right. That's my dude Dice's nephew and whatnot. And then Kyrie, he's tapped in with the Goldwater with 19 Keys and everybody.
People that I know.
Yeah. So it just goes to show you the impact and the reach. The Cat Williams effect is us. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's the Cat Williams effect is y'all. You feel me? You just getting to see what it looks like on a big stage, but this is what you do. This is what you live. This is you. You just seeing it with 70 million people saw that. You know what I mean? But it ain't the other way around. Cat Williams is not our master teacher. Cat Williams didn't teach us. what's his name? Terrence Howard, he out there quoting teachers from the community. So they learning from, they're drinking from a well that we're all sipping from. And we're all drinking from this quote unquote water. And it's not ego. It is what it is. Know your role, know your place, know your heights. So two of the most dominant athletes in basketball, they both tapped in and they both on a diet and they both using the products. What we talking about? What are we talking about? This is not speculation. This real life in real time. I'm not talking about Bill Russell. I'm talking about Kyrie, right? So it's like you don't have to prove nothing to nobody because we got living proof that what we doing is working. And it's reaching the highest heights. Imagine where this thing is gonna be in 5 years if we stay the course. And if everybody activates and we really turn up. Because they're getting inspired by a handful of people that's on social media. I'm here to let you know that the era of social media is dying. It's coming back to the street shit, what we just did right there. It's coming back to what's your face card looking like. If we wake up tomorrow and $1 is toilet paper, it's gonna be about your face card. It's gonna be about the work that you have been doing, because anywhere that you go, you're gonna have to be recognized for your work in order to even get through a goddamn block. All that follower shit ain't gonna be nothing. All that fake bots that y'all be buying ain't gonna be nothing. It's gonna be, what is your proof of work? What's your track record, not on the internet, in the streets? So when you see me in blue and you don't see everybody that be with us on the internet, then you know what it is. Let's just keep it a buck. Niggas is Hollywood, bro. Let's just keep it a buck. They show up for the cameras and for the fame. But that's not where this thing is gonna, we're not gonna heal this broken ship in those places when niggas is trying to be cute and whatnot. We're gonna be able to fix this thing and close doors like this, where we get on one accord and we figure some things out and whatnot, and we network and we build, because I promise you, the solution is in the audience right now. I promise you. Y'all who y'all been looking for. So let me breeze through this thing because we'll be up in this bitch till 1 a.m. So here's his quarter, you know, his stats is showing you he's giving, all of the haters gotta swallow their pride. The COVID haters. I need to see all these niggas front and center on TV tomorrow. I need the Kyrie haters to pull up. I need the Kanye haters to pull up. I need the Kendrick haters to pull up. Huh? So we in the age of redemption. We need the Cat Williams haters to pull up, right? And we need your haters to pull up too. Yeah, tell them motherfuckers was hating on you. Tell them to pull up and shine your boot. Because we need redemption. There's currency, there's value, and there's worth in redemption. Take your fucking power back. Right. Take your power back. Motherfuckers been playing in your face for far too long. Take your power back. You being too compassionate. You dig? Take your power back. If they gotta apologize to them, then they gotta apologize to you. I need an apology. F that. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm a nice guy and everything, but goddamn it. Y'all gonna stop playing, because if it was you, they would make you bow down. They would make you bow down in front of the world and kiss the ring. I'm just saying, I've seen it happen before. These niggas got heavy hands, gorilla pepper. Yeah, they would be heavy-handed on you. So at least we being compassionate. We don't want no kissing of the ring. We just want an apology. Now, there's something that no one can fake, because everybody gives credit to this imaginary white man, but them, I don't even know who them is, right? I like to name names. You can't manipulate the power of the sun. Right. You can't conjure up a solar flare. Yeah, you know, them is not that powerful, okay? At all. So when you see that happening, that's us, okay? That's they. You know what I mean? That's they. That's the real they. That's they live, your ancestors, the greater versions of you, right? So the sun has been waking up and going crazy. It has been doing this since 2017, since the first post eclipse. Huh?
No, it hasn't.
Talk about it.
Yeah, the sun woke up on May
2020.
29th, 2020. That was the
Right.
day that the riots popped off. It was a Friday.
Right.
And if you was here in the city of Atlanta, I was downtown in the CNN building and I watched it pop off. And it was like an ember turning into a flame, turning into a forest fire. And then I went and seen it all around the country. And what they all had in common is that was the first day since October of 2017 that the solar flare kicked.
Right.
And it hit and it woke the sun up. And that signaled the beginning of solar maximum 25 or the solar cycle 25, of which is gonna reach a pinnacle point this year. That's where we are, going through that process in that period. I called it the Corona rising back in 2020.
Right.
And that's where we at.
Right. And it has no signs of slowing down. Do not fall for the manufactured thing of climate change. Don't fall for the okie doke, please. Okay, because they're playing word games with you. The energy that's hitting this planet is a very powerful energy. For those unsullied bodies that are out here, you're going to receive the energy differently from those who may have nanoparticles inside of them. And that's no disrespect towards anybody whatsoever. We have solutions for you, okay? We got good news for you and whatnot. But the solar flares, the X flares went so crazy last month that you were seeing the quote unquote, the northern lights, the Aurora lights were moving around in Kansas, okay? In places that they've never been seen before. So what we're seeing is a shift of the magnetic poles and whatnot, okay? And it's a beautiful thing because change is inevitable. And, it is something that this is not something that hasn't been already prophesized. So we're living in prophecy right now, and it's a beautiful thing, okay? It is definitely for our benefit for sure, and not to our detriment, because if it was to our detriment, believe you me, they would make you feel it, right? So these are the top 50 solar flares of the year. Get familiar with them. Meditate on what they are, okay? That energy is on the planet. Portals have opened up on the planet, and some malefic forces have come onto this planet as well. That is something that's undeniable. In the city of Atlanta alone, the incidents have quadrupled. Okay, the mental health has deteriorated, and the day walkers are walking in the daytime. They used to come out at night, but the day walkers are literally walking this bitch in the daytime. So you have to be very mindful. You got to use discernment. You have to have some type of quote unquote third eye awareness, right? And you have to ask questions. You got to ask somebody, is that really you? So today and over the past few days, American public, no, the globe for that matter, has been exposed to the cover up of C-19 being fully blown and fully exposed. Another blue pill prediction that he said that we're going to lose faith in media and also the medical industry. Those are the two M&Ms. That's the two M's that are running things these days. So once they become exposed, you can't unexpose it, right? So now that we know what we need to know about this mafia called Big Pharma, we're moving forward unduped. We don't have to worry about, I don't give a fuck if they come up with the most craziest scenarios. We know that two things, they have their karma coming, and we cannot listen to them anymore. Cannot be trusted.
Still don't trust you.
They don't trust you. They don't even trust themselves. Okay? Dr. Fauci's on a hot seat. I think that we'll have a public lynching if Trump gets back in office. Yes. Clap it up. Clap it up. Them good old boys, they gonna let him have it. They bringing back the old school rope on the mother gulag. Yeah, they bringing back the gulag for homie right here. And if he don't get in office, they still coming for Fauci.
Yeah.
This dude got a target on him, and them QAnon people and them people that went to the Capitol on January 6th, they want his head. Right. If melanated people feeling too compassionate this week and just want to do a few drop-bys, no problem. They gonna pick up where you left off. They gonna finish the job. Okay? So he's being grilled, he's spilling the beans, he's lying, and he's still getting caught out there. How about that? Shit crazy, right? So we're seeing this whole thing fall apart. Once again, the vindication of the people. You're able to take your power back, right? You could go now to the Thanksgiving after they finish passing the impossible turkey. You'd be like, while we're at it, you remember you didn't invite me to Thanksgiving for 3 years? Yeah, remember me? Yeah, I was uninvited. Yeah, I would like an apology. Okay, while we saying grace, take your power back.
Extra stuffing.
Or some extra stuffing. You know what I'm saying? So yes, he said that he made up the whole thing about the mask and the 6 feet. Give us 6. Yeah, Dr. Fauci just admitted today under oath that he made it up. You know what I mean? So for the people who got tackled for not wearing a mask at Target, yeah, you got a lawsuit on your hands. While we're talking about health, let's wind this thing down, okay? Your boy King Charles. And before we even begin, let's look at this picture. Let's just examine faces, right? Yeah, you say, what is that? That's a Cocker Spaniel mixed with a, remember Tales of the Crypt? Remember homie from, yeah, mixed with that, with a wig on. Because imagine her without, listen, that's King Charles. He's the king of Canada, Jamaica, a bunch of islands and whatnot. He's the king of Israel, right? He's the king of mad African countries. They look like they eat bone gristle of dinosaurs. Huh? How you the royal family, y'all looking like that? What was royal about that? About your come up? Like, what's going on? You ain't get no royal catering, my nigga? You didn't get a royal facial? Son? Yeah, no royal son, huh? But they got cancer at the Buckingham. Everybody in there got cancer. And that's karma catching up, tearing their asses up, right? So he was like, F that. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go out on my sword. You know what I mean? Niggas is not gonna have the last laugh. And they commissioned a painting that was done, in my humble opinion, they painted out of blood. Forget the fact that it's all red. I bet you if they put a black light on that shit, or if they take a cotton swab, it's a lot of people on that painting, right? That's just the type of character Charles is. He's born on our birthday, okay? He's a Scorpio, but he's a dark Scorpio. Your president is a Scorpio. Joe Biden is a Scorpio. Did you know that? Benjamin Netanyahu is bordering on Scorpio. Yeah.
Born the same day as Future.
Diddy is also, and Drake is a Scorpio. Yeah, check that out. So all of my Scorpions out there, nigga, stay inside. Stay home. So this is the unroyal family, right? They're gonna fall like dominoes. Once homie kicks the bucket, his son, he ain't built for it. So you're seeing the end of a fake dynasty right before your very eyes, right? The internet killed them because the information of who they were came out and everybody learned about them the hard way, right? But, you know, rituals, they're going to do what they do. He publicly, he's not hiding it. He said that he's related to Dracula.
Straight up.
Straight up. He was like, nah, fuck the DNA test. That's homie. That's the big homie. Count Dracula, right? And in the occult world, he's known as Pindar, right? King Charles is known as Pindar, and that would be the grand dragon on top of all of these secret societies. He's one of the most evilest, vile people that you could even imagine on the planet right now, right? He is the king of Israel because the British Empire, by way of the Declaration of Balfour and the Rothschilds, are responsible for Israel that you see today.
Not only that, the monarchy, the throne that they sit on is the Davidic bloodline throne. So
Right.
they're literally sitting in place saying that they are the bloodline, the direct bloodline of David. You feel me? So that is what the monarchy represents, him as the king. And he actually spends more time in Transylvania than he does in Britain. He loved, like, he has a whole history of the time that he has spent, you know, in old Transylvania, because he said it's not modernized. So he gets to get the old rituals, he gets to go in all of them castles and deal with all of the stuff that his ancestors dealt with. That's what he's into.
Right. Yeah. Don't sleep on Charles, man. He like Charles from BMF, man, popping out. Right. So they go to portrait. Right. This dude has done portraits for a lot of quote unquote horrible people over time. I believe he's in the house of Epstein or one of them people. Okay. So another domino that we saw fall with the Cat Williams effect is the state of Israel. But let me not single out a state of Israel. Let me single out the Zionist Israel, to be more specific, because there's Ethiopians, there's Habasha there, there's a lot of people. My dude who played basketball over there, he was like, Israel is like New York. It's a cosmopolitan city. He was the first one to tell me that Tel Aviv and Gaza Strip was like Ocean Drive and South Beach. It's a beachside community. I never knew that. I thought we was looking at pure desert the whole time. He was like, nah, they got palm trees and they party like Ibiza in Tel Aviv, right? They party like Ibiza. And he was like, the Ethiopians is over there. They turned up. The Somalian girls was over there. The Nigerians was over there. He was like, don't fall for the okie doke. Israel is lit. So we're talking about Zionist Israel. So we want to single out, we want to talk about the far right Zionists, the ultra far right and the far right Zionists, the same way that when people talk about America, they should single out who you talking about. So we talking about these people who white evangelical Christians in America, right? The ones in Utah, the ones all up in the breadbasket of America, the evangelical Christians, the ones who were saying that your ass was supposed to be a slave because of Ham. Them, right? The ones that are behind NGOs and all of that. Damn, right? So what took place on October 7th and the response by Israel and the heavy-handed response and the fact that people are even questioning the narrative about what they said happened made Israel the loser in this war, right? Because what Zionist Israel had over the past 75 years is they had the cloak of quote unquote lies to protect them. They were able to move around because everybody was deceived as to who they were. By show of hands, how many people watched the movie Usual Suspects with Kaiser Sose? Okay, I needed all of y'all to see that to understand that Zionist Israel is Kaiser Sose. In the movie Usual Suspects, everybody represented a nationality, right? So Kaiser Sose was a crippled man who was acting like he was timid, right? He was acting like he was meek. He was acting like he was aloof and whatnot. Whole time, he was a criminal mastermind who was playing crippled. He was playing weak. He was playing meek, but he was a mastermind and he was making up lies based off of everything that he was seeing all around him. This group of people throughout history have been known to be, they call them the identity stealers. They were a murderous group of people, and then they converted them into Judaism, and they began to take on the identity of a group of people who are not them. These are Khazarians from the Ukraine. These are Khazars, and these Khazarians or these Ashkenazis are the people who you now call Israelis and whatnot. But these people are not who you think you are, who you think they are. The reason why you can't study them, the reason you can't learn about them is because they won World War II. They tell you that they lost, but they didn't, okay? That's a whole nother situation. Go and research Operation Paperclip. When they sent all of the Nazis over here to be and start up NASA and a whole bunch of other things. But what happened on October 7th and after that is that they showed their fangs to the world and they got checkmated. So whatever the Hamas was, whatever their goal was to do, they succeeded in that goal because they exposed Israel they had to expose their hand in front of the world. And now the sympathizers around the world are looking at Hamas as victims, as weak, as the quote unquote people who have been, genocided and whatnot. So they're going to have, and keep in mind, for anybody who doesn't know, they have more wealth on the Gaza Strip than they have in Dubai. Did you know that? Did you know right off of the water, they have $1 billion worth of gas? Right off the water, and people in Gaza, trillion. That's why they're killing families in Gaza, because they have an AI called Lavender and also an AI program called Gospel, where they can identify your bloodline, right? So there's people who's supposed to inherit, right? That's why they're pushing them into Rafah, bombing it and trying to move them into Egypt, because once they get them off the land, they repopulate the land and they get all of the trillions of dollars. In the next 10 years, you're going to watch the Gaza Strip turn into Dubai, or better than Dubai, mark my word on that. And the canal as well. So they got the canal play, and then you got the natural gas play and whatnot. And all of that is a money play. That's why America built the fort. They built the water, they built a port, a pier. That pier they said the pier drifted off. They're lying. They sent the pier off so it could begin to do what? Find out where all of that gas and oil is. They're making moves on them people's resources. Very diabolical, might I add, right? So they're losing the war and they're being defeated by their own wickedness. You dig? So that's going to come to an end of our lesson for today about the Cat Williams effect. And if we didn't learn anything, what we did learn is that the world is shifting to your favor and to your benefit, and is very malleable. It's beginning to shape into a world where you could find a way. Whereas 10 years ago, we didn't have these avenues. We didn't have these pathways. We didn't have these outlets and whatnot. But now we do. So it's very important that we take full advantage of the times that are in front of us. And the best thing that we can do for these next 6 months moving forward, be creative. Capture lightning in a bottle. Show up when people put the call out and whatnot. Be very attentive. Write down things in your journal. You're not going to live through this year ever again. The same way 2020 came and went, we'd be like, damn, I wish I woke up earlier that day. I would have did more, right? Do more this summer. Make this legendary. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Absolutely. Be intentional about, riding the wave of change, become silver surfers, or continue to be the silver surfers that you are, because the majority of you have more leverage and skin in the game than the people that are just coming into the consciousness. So that makes you almighty ambassadors. You ambassadors for the almighty. People gonna want to know more about this information. Qualify yourselves to be, custodians and caretakers of it and stewards of it. You know what I'm saying? Not gatekeepers. They like, yo, I got some info. You need to come and holler at me. Let me show you how to do this the right way. The things that you do know, not the things that you think that you know, or the things that you feel, the things that you know, those are the things that you should be teaching. Because, we are now officially in the age of know. The Aquarian age is I know. And we are comfortably in it. And everything that we're seeing is giving Aquarian, is giving Pluto in Aquarius. You know what I'm saying? And that's a 20-year transition that we're going through, when things are going to be transformed, right? Pluto is transformation. Aquarius is humanity, is technology. You know what I'm saying? It's us as a people, power to the people. We're going to see people uprising. We're going to see people pissed off at the information that they're finding out. The COVID thing is not going to be swept under the cover, but it's going to take conversations such as this to continue
to show them how the COVID conversation is the same as the voting conversation. How you gonna push me to vote for the same people who just try to
That's crazy.
cut off my water, right? Y'all in Atlanta, y'all know about the water getting cut off, right? Right? So if somebody wants to cut your water off, that's a declaration of war. You know what I'm saying? They're attempting to kill you. They're attempting to starve you out. They're attempting to deprive you of your natural resources. You feel me? And yeah, so it's only for so long that the people gonna catch on. But what I also don't want is to happen is that, you know, we get into this place of where we just contemplating and conversating and not prepping and planning. Because if they send that boy to jail on July 11th, you better have a contingency backup plan ready. Because yeah, ain't no time to be bullshitting and this shit kick off, and then you kind of stuck like Chuck. You feel me? And you know, cause I'm looking at the play and I'm like, yo, it's a setup. It's a setup. They plunging this shit, they throwing this shit into calamity and potential civil war.
They getting people
Either
riled
which
up.
way it go.
Right, they getting them people
They're
riled
getting
up.
people riled up. And them people is drones, like they're easily programmable. And I be in the deep south out here. I be around the hillbillies. I know what their diet look like. Them is not healthy people. It's almost embarrassing to even say that we in the same conversation as them being your competition. You look crazy.
Right.
If that's your competition. The people broke down.
Right.
Especially post-COVID. That shit hit them hard.
Right.
But they're angry and they're programmable, and based on their level of toxicity, they will pop off.
Straight like that.
They walk into their drones, they'll pop off. You feel me? So it could be a good thing if you prepare for it, because we could pivot and get out of the way and do what we gotta do. But we gotta really come together as a community. And you don't want to come together as a community during times of calamity only, because then you don't know who's who and what's what.
Right.
You want to do that in a time of peace, not out of desperation, but out of inspiration. So hopefully something that we said here tonight inspires us to collectively tighten up and bring our resources together. Or you can even bring a plan, you know what I'm saying? Drop a plan off if you don't got a resource, you know, or be willing to participate in the level of change, because it's taking place all across the board. All corridors need an upgrade. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, or like he reiterated, and I'll repeat, as medicine and media fall, that's gonna open up, believe, a wide gap for people that are preparing herbs, for people that have remedies, for people that have solutions. There's so many people that are falling with ailments and they don't want to go into the butcher shop no more. They're like, what y'all got? They're like, give it a first shot, right? Give it a chance. Y'all got me until they got me. What's good? So you got to be ready to serve, and you got to be there like this. Media, alternative media already is winning the war. We just have to bring our, you know, collective resources together to figure out how to magnify our message, because they can't go where we go, and they don't tell holistic stories. They tell very fragmented ones. So we know how to report better than them. We know how to get outside in the community and get in front of the people. And we know how to, you know, deal with truth. We're not scared of the truth. So I think all of these factors give us the benefit. And I think that we are already winning. They just not gonna come on TV and tell you.
Real quick.
For my Zoom audience, we have a gift for everybody in the building. I just dropped a discount code June 3rd, which will give you 25% off of the bundle that we have for the American Gods. We have 4 classics that we put together for the month of May. You know what I mean? So for the month of June, we're gonna do 4 weeks of classes as well. And for everybody that's in the Zoom, the Zoom family, you have a discount code, and I also sent you the link so you could go ahead and shop with Kings County and get your Kendrick shirts and whatnot. And for the family out here, we also gonna bless you with some discounts as well. I want to thank everybody for their time. I want to thank everybody for their attention. I definitely want to thank you for your energy, because we was able to feed off of this energy and reciprocate it. It was yeah. I prefer this over the phone any day. I prefer this over me talking into a camera any day. This is therapeutic. This is real to me. This is necessary, and this is honorable. So I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. I look forward to seeing you next Monday. We're gonna keep doing this thing. We're gonna make it bigger, we're gonna make it better, and we're gonna make it do what it do. Love and light to the family, love and light to the family out there. ET family, Zoom family. Yeah. All right. The replay will be available. Just look out for it. You will get correspondence and you'll be able to watch this again. You dig? Peace. And we're gonna send y'all a video in the replay. It'll be on the video. Matter of fact, the video will be on this site, KTL University, the video version. So I don't gotta email it to you. You'll just be able to press play. Peace. And support the vendors, y'all. Please support the vendors. That's very important.